to run through a few issues in terms, not issues, but we'll invite the hotel management to come through and talk to us about some safety issues. But I just want to tell you who's bringing this event to you today. It's jointly organized by the African Union Commission, the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, United Nations Development Program, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the Open Society Foundations, of course, in response to the urgent need for a rethinking of debt sustainability and development financing on the African continent. So we thank those organizations for putting this together this morning. There'll be 3 moderated panel discussions coming up during this morning. Those are the panel discussions with the moderator, where we'll then invite those watching us on Zoom to post their questions and ask their questions, and your questions will then be answered by the panel as well. So please be ready with your questions, and we'll try to accommodate as many people as possible, obviously, as we try to move the morning on. But let me just ask the hotel manager to please come through and just talk to us, give us let us know exactly, give us a fire drill, if you may. That's not going to happen. There will be no fire, but I think it's just important just to get some clarity from the hotel manager. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Thank you for the promotion. All right, guys. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 7 Villa Hotel. My name is Sihle Ngwenya. I am the banqueting supervisor of this facility right here. So I'm here to run you through our housekeeping procedures and our overall information regarding this facility right here, starting with evacuation. So in cases of emergencies, which is rare events, we have 2 assembly points. The first one is in the main parking lot, which is the drive-through where you guys all came through from the big parking lot here. That's our main assembly point. And then the second assembly point is at the back of the hotel, which is a staff parking lot. So now in case of emergencies, if the danger happens to be on this side of the hotel, we'll just escort everyone to the assembly points on the opposite direction. And then same as if it happens on the other direction, we're escorting everyone to the other side of the hotel. So now we do have alarms if there are any emergencies. So if an alarm does go off, please don't be alarmed. I will come through to let you guys know what's happening, because usually it's not really a serious case, or maybe it could be a false alarm. So if an alarm does go off, please remain calm. I'll come through and let you guys know what's happening exactly. And then now, in terms of our facilities, in the towel area over here is our foyer. This is where you guys are going to have your tea breaks. Grab your snacks. So the next tea break is going to be a mid-morning tea break. We're going to have new snacks on the tables, and you can come for hot chocolates and teas. And the restrooms are also on the foyer as well. And then in terms of lunch, the lunch will happen in the restaurant. When the time comes, we'll escort everyone safely and escort them to the restaurants where you guys are going to enjoy your lunch. And then in terms of load shedding or load reduction, if those do happen, we have a generator on site which kicks in less than 2 minutes. So if lights go off, don't be alarmed as well. It'll just kick in just a few seconds. And then our water has been tested. It's safe to consume in case of emergencies, but then otherwise you can come through to the foyer, ask me or the waiters for any bottle of water. You do have some water just at the bottom of the chairs if you guys haven't noticed. And yeah, I wish you guys a productive day. Enjoy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't be alarmed by the alarm. Interesting. All right, what we're going to do first is we'll have some opening remarks, and I'd like to invite our first speaker to come and share her remarks with you. She is a global development leader and a dedicated Afro-optimist who champions African agency, innovation, and leadership as UNDP's regional director for Africa. She oversees operations in 46 countries and manages a 1.2 billion development portfolio. I'd like to ask, please, Ms. Ahuna Eziokona to come and speak to us and give us her opening remarks. She's the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Assistant Administrator and Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa at United Nations Development Program. Thank you so much, ma'am, if you may.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Those of you in the room and those online. We have online participants, you said, right? Okay, so a big shout out to the cloud as well. It's so wonderful to be here, bright and early, a little bit chilly, but I think we're getting warmer as we huddle in this room to discuss, I think, an issue that is quite important for our continent and our world. I'm particularly pleased to see that we are learning from the past and we're not navigating this path alone or in silos. And the partnership that has created this moment, I think, is illustrating that change that we see. So this event is put together by 4 different entities. My sister Hannah here from ECA, joining with us with OCS, OSF, we have Brian here as well, but also the African Union, our mother organization. And I think this is the way it should be. We should not be talking in silos. We need to converge, convene, and collectively move towards solutions for wicked, hard challenges like the topic of today. So let me begin with a stark reality that is affecting more than half of Africa's population. So across our continent, governments are now spending more on interest payments for the loans that they have taken than they are spending for social services such as health, education, and social protection. And this is not just a debt crisis, it's also now a choice crisis. And the choice is between really made repeatedly in interest over infrastructure, creditors over classrooms, the past over the future. And this alone, I think, when we think about this year, we're talking about Africa paying nearly $89 billion in external debt servicing. And that is $89 billion that will not build enough hospitals, schools, expand digital connectivity, including Africa's need for compute power to achieve AI sovereignty. It's $89 billion less for supporting our young entrepreneurs who are proving every day that they have the answers to the challenges that we see in the development field through their innovation and talent. And here is the uncomfortable truth, ladies and gentlemen. High-emitting countries owe Africa at least $36 trillion in climate debt. And that's not being paid. There's no servicing of that debt. This is over 50 times our total external public debt. When the world speaks of sustainability, we have to ask, sustainability for whom? Another uncomfortable truth is that this same amount, nearly 90 billion, that is poured into servicing debt is almost equal to the amount that Africa loses every year to illicit financial flows. So just add those two, we're talking nearly $200 billion per year of losses to the continent, equal to the amount that it needs to achieve the SDGs. The math is not really adding up. By the end of 2023, Africa's public debt reached $1.1 trillion, and that's a 183% increase since 2010, just in 15 years. So it's growing almost 4 times faster than GDP. It's a distress signal, but it's also a trend line. Many African countries have entered program after program, some more than 20 times. And if this were a supermarket, Africa would qualify for a loyalty card. yet the outcomes remain unchanged. The G20 Common Framework was meant to bring fairness, but its results remain painfully slow, if at all. Zambia waited more than 3 years for restructuring. Ghana struggled through prolonged negotiations, and actually the outcome for Ghana is questionable in terms of its benefits for that country. Ethiopia still awaits finality. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens bear the cost through austerity and stalled public investment. And private creditors who hold 43% of Africa's external debt are not compelled to participate. They're not part of the conversation, and they don't have to be. The framework remains voluntary, partial, and creditor-centric. Between 2020 and 2024, African countries borrowed on average, and now I'm talking about the cost of capital, at nearly 10% interest. Compare that to most European countries and other parts of the world that borrow at less than 1% interest rate. Africa pays 10 times more to borrow in a system designed elsewhere for interests that are not Africa's. This is not misfortune. It is structural injustice. It is a system rigged against a part of the world that represents the future. A continent that will be responsible for servicing the world's workforce in the future. But it will not be able to meet that demand if the investment in that workforce to make it skilled, enlightened, and ready for the challenges of tomorrow are not made. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, those investments are not being made. And so the situation I just explained not only compromises the future of Africans, but the future of the world. So we need a new definition of sustainability. Today's dialogue, I think, matters because debt sustainability must be redefined from Africa's vantage point, from the vantage point, in my view, as a development practitioner, of human development. Debt sustainability can not only be a ratio of debt to GDP, it must be a ratio of debt to development outcomes. The essential question is not really, can we keep paying? It is, can we invest in our people, in resilience, and in long-term transformation? A sustainable debt position is one that allows African countries to invest confidently in education, in health, in digital infrastructure, in energy transitions, and in social protection, without being punished by markets or rating agencies. And we're not starting from zero. I think it's important to note that in May this year, the African Union convened its first ever debt conference in Lomé. And the result is a Lomé declaration calling for reforms to the common framework, transparent restructuring, climate-sensitive debt metrics, and a UN framework convention on sovereign debt. And we know that we heard President Yasingbe, who put it very simply, Africa needs new debt doctrine. So what does that doctrine look like? And I think it would be good in the panels to really explore this. It looks like this: faster, fairer restructuring. A 2-year automatic standstill when a country enters restructuring, preventing interest accumulation and forcing all creditors, including private ones, to come to the table. The second is instruments that reward SDG and climate investments with lower borrowing costs. When countries invest in resilience and green transitions, their cost of capital must fall, not rise. because they're investing in global public goods. The third is a UN-led sovereign debt framework that is transparent, predictable, and development-focused. This is not radical. It is common sense, and it is long overdue. Well, we talk about the process being complex. You will hear in a lot of discussions in the margins that this is a complex process. But it's a moral crisis. Some may say that the system is complex and cannot be redesigned overnight. But complexity cannot be the excuse for moral injustice. We saw that a recent ActionAid study found that 97% of health workers in 6 African countries cannot cover basic costs on their wages. 88% report medication shortages due to budget cuts. This is not complexity. This is a moral crisis. Citizens across Africa are asking with justified impatience, where are the jobs? Where are the hospitals? Where is the prosperity decades of borrowing were supposed to unlock? They're not feeling it. Our response cannot be another communique, another report, another published PhD thesis. It must be a shift in how the system works, a challenge to the rigging of that system, to look at whom it works for. So the dialogue we're having today must lead to 3 concrete commitments in our view. The first is that we have to advocate for a UN framework convention on sovereign debt at the financing for development meetings. We had one in Seville. We have to think about the next one where we insist that this framework convention is implemented fully. The second is, of course, the reforming the G20 Common Framework. Discussions will be held, but I think, again, something to insist on, introducing automatic standstills, mandatory private creditor participation, and debt sustainability analysis that account for SDG needs and climate vulnerability. I think this idea of establishing a Pan-African credit rating agency is crucial. And I want to salute the African Union for moving forward with it. We know that the agency is now on its way to being launched. It will also help to strengthen regional financial mechanisms so Africa negotiates as a bloc, not as isolated petitioners. So let me close with the following words. I think right now the futures of many Africans are being mortgaged to service debts they did not incur, and loans whose impact they have not really felt. Their governments are being forced to choose between paying creditors and paying for development. This is not sustainable. It contributes to a world that will become increasingly insecure rather than one where we leverage the assets of our young people to build the future and make it more stable and more secure. This is also not just, and it is not acceptable. I guess that's why we're meeting today. Debt at its best brings future resources into the present to invest in human and sustainable development that is inclusive. But when it becomes a trap, it becomes a barrier to freedom. If we leave this room today without some kind of renewed courage, and I have to emphasize courage because that's what it's going to take both at the individual level, at organizational level, and at national and global level. Courage to push for reform, nationally, regionally, and globally. then this dialogue will have been more than another meeting about debt. There are many. It will have been the moment we chose futures over interest payments, classrooms over creditors, and people over profit. And as UNDP, I think I want to commit here that we stand ready as a convener, as a partner, and as an ally to do our bit to support African people and governments, AU institutions, regional bodies, and civil society to move this agenda forward in a way that validates our civilization rather than undermines it. Africa is not a perpetual debtor. Africa is a creditor owed climate justice, fair value, and dignity. So I think it's time for us to claim justice now. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mrs. Ahuna Eziokona. Thank you so much for your words this morning and also mentioning credit rating agencies. South Africa, we know the interactions that we're having currently with credit rating agencies as well. So thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to call upon our next speaker and also just acknowledge the people that are joining us on Zoom. We have quite a few people who are joining us on Zoom today, this morning, and we'll also give you a chance a little bit later on to interact with us. So please stay online with us. So just get my notes straight. And our next guest and our next speaker is someone who has a wealth of cross-country experience and vast experience in leading top-quality policy and development work and building strong partnerships working in international organizations and the private sector. She has published on a wide range of economic and development issues, and she has led a number of major flagship publications as well. She's going to give us some opening remarks of herself. May I please ask Mrs. Hanan Mosi, Deputy Executive Secretary, Program and Chief Economist, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to please come and onto the stage and give us your remarks, ma'am.
Hi. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here today to welcome you to this important conversation that we are having on a very timely discussion on rethinking debt. And it's, fantastic to be doing it with all our partners because this is an important collective, conversation and debate that we need to come together, put our brains in order to make sure that, how we do next in terms of dealing with debt is different than what we have done. And I think the question here is not whether Africa should borrow, but how Africa can borrow better and invest better. And I would like to basically focus on the issue on how can we turn debt from being an obstacle to development to actually be a catalyst for transformation, rather than, what we've seen it as a source of vulnerability. For too long, the assessments of this sustainability has really focused more on the short-term liquidity and how it's defined as the capacity to repay. However, part of the capacity to repay is actually your potential to grow and transform and create jobs, which actually builds and enhances your capacity to repay and your ability to, transform your economy going forward. So part of what we need to do is move that narrative from the short focus on this short-term liquidity to actually more of the discussion of how this can actually help in the long-term transformation. So part of the problem that repayment obligation often mature far earlier than actually the returns of investment. So one of the things that we need to focus on is actually addressing this maturity mismatch. The fact that we're borrowing for things that take 10, 20 years for the returns to actually materialize, while the debt falls within, 2 or 5 years horizon at a much higher cost that can be actually, seen to be sustainable. Let me tell you, for example, just over the last 2 years, for some of the countries that have been tapping Eurobond market at 12 to 14%. That's, quite substantial and high. It's very hard to actually, create the returns over a short-term horizon to actually meet that. So part of the discussion would be, one, borrowing wisely, meaning at the right terms, at affordable rates, but also at the appropriate maturity for what we need to do. And tapping and calling for the resources that would actually achieve that, making sure that we, use multilateral development banks to push forward for having longer-term maturities, more affordable finance, more guarantees so that you can lower the cost of debt. Some of our African countries have diversified, for example, the sources of debt away from Eurobond. Egypt is one example where they tapped, the Samurai and Panda bonds at 3% to 1.5%. So that's a huge difference from, what at the time they would have done with the Eurobond at 8%. And that was done using guarantees from African financial institutions. So we'll need to, use these instruments more wisely, tap different ways of doing things in order to lower the cost, but also to lengthen the maturity. The second issue, of course, is the constraints that we have in the current global system. My dear sister Ahuna already alluded to the fact that we don't have a well-functioning G20 common framework. It has not been, as timely and efficient as it should be. So that needs to be reformed, and number of things need to happen, from the suspension of debt service upon application to the expansion to cover middle-income countries, to the having a comparability of treatment, and a more integrated approach so that, for both the private sector and official creditors, so that you don't have actually a process that finishes with one and then you start another process and it becomes very complicated. So all these issues need to really be addressed in order for that system to better function, but also we need to go beyond that. This is the G20 Common Framework is more about tackling when you've hit a crisis, tackling the issue when you've hit a crisis, when you need that restructuring. But what we need is a system that actually works to give the right incentives for countries to do preemptive restructuring rather than waiting until you've hit a wall. And currently, we don't have that, and particularly in terms of ratings and credit ratings, if a country would do that voluntarily, and how it would be interpreted by the market. So we need a change in how the system functions to provide the right incentives for countries to act early so that we don't end up in the much harder circumstances where actually at the end the citizens are the ones that bear that bill. A lot of hardship to end up forced to do a restructuring, a cut from markets, much harder fiscal measures. So we need to have kind of a preemptive structure to help with that. Another, I think, very important element to highlight is that in Joburg in early October, I think we had a major milestone with the Africa Common Position being endorsed by the African Ministers of Finance during the African Union Specialized Technical Committee. This is quite a historical, landmark in terms of, for the first time, that we have a collective endorsed, common position on debt, rather than having so many different voices. And I think this is, one that I'm really proud of, that we've worked with the African Union on. And it's, I would encourage you to actually look at the document, because it outlines in a very substantive way the different perspectives across the continent, including for low income, for middle income, and what are the asks from Africa. So we have reached a point where no one can say we don't know what Africa wants and that. We actually have, a endorsed common African position that outlines exactly what the continent wants. And I am looking for all that are here, including, think tanks, civil society, to actually take that as an advocacy document to push forward for what the ministers have asked for, because it's clear, what are the asks. So that would be very important to, push forward the agenda to make sure that we get outcomes. That brings me to the next issue, which is innovation. And of course, the future of the continent depends on developing both instruments and partnerships that reflect the realities, but also the ambitions. And here we need to, have more use and build capacity to do things like debt for climate swaps, debt for nature swaps, more of the blended finance. And it's all of us that can help in terms of partners, building capacity at a country level, but also making sure that we have the financing and the partner donors and countries that can help advancing that. That is really important. And the continent can have a huge potential in terms of their capacity to contribute to the solutions of global warming, but at the same time, we need to have commensurate returns for this through these innovative instruments. The second issue that I wanted to talk about is, from an African perspective, the debt sustainability really starts at home. And without taking, the right measures in terms of accountability, good governance, the kind of the choices that we make in terms of the maturity, the cost, and more importantly, using the debt wisely. Without this, we cannot achieve the debt sustainability. So there are things that we need from the rest of the world, but there are things that starts at home. And it's the role of, the citizens to keep accountable for how the uses of the debt are going to make sure that this is going for, productive uses, but also it's, the role of the, think tanks, whether at national level, regional level, to kind of, advocate and showcase the good examples that we actually have in terms of how the debt was, wisely used and resulted in high returns. And we have many of those, but also to make sure to hold accountable when this doesn't happen, so that we learn from mistakes. I believe that we really stand at a pivotal moment. We'll have the Leaders Summit of the G20 coming soon in South Africa. And for the first time, actually, in the G20, there was a joint ministerial statement on debt, which is, progress. It's not as, I have to brag, it's not as good as the African Common Position, but it's a start. So we can perhaps, take further of what, the variation between the two documents to make sure that we're pushing for what is missing. But it's a great moment with the G20 and South Africa leadership. This is not a moment that we're going to have for another 20 years. So I'm not sure I'll be there for the next one, but I think we cannot let that one go without making sure that we're making, the unified stance, the strong advocacy, and the push for results that this deserves, because there are so many things that have happened, including, for example, the G20 endorsing an Africa engagement framework that will keep some accountability. So we can build on all these ones to make sure that we move forward, to make sure that the kind of narrative that we have is one that uses debt, which works best for our citizens, for creating opportunities, and for ensuring economic transformation. And we stand ready as ECA to continue to work with partners to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anan Morsi, and I think as citizens of the continent, you're 100% correct. It's accountability that most of us are concerned with. So thank you so much for your opening remarks. And just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, she will be leaving a little early as the doctor has another important engagement this morning. And our next speaker, giving us some opening remarks, you can see him there with a nice smile on his face already. His work includes coordinating the African Union participation in the G20 finance track and implementation of programs for Africa's economic transformation. He is spearheading the AU's work towards the establishment of the AU financial institutions and the reform of the international financial and tax architectures. Our next opening remarks are from Dr. Patrick Olomo, Director of Economic Development, Integration and Trade at the African Union Commission. He's joining us virtually. He wasn't able to come through to us, so if I may hand it over to you, Dr. Olomo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and I would like to stand on the existing protocols to recognize in the room my sister Anamosi, but also Mrs. Auna of the UNDP. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like, on behalf of the African Union, first of all, to welcome you to this important high-level dialogue on rethinking debt, sustainability, and exploring Africa's alternative financing models. As you have already listened, this meeting is coming at an opportune time when we are hosting for the first time a G20 presidency in South Africa. And you can see that certainly South Africa is in the mood of receiving that excellent event and putting forward Africa's agenda for economic transformation and development. It is therefore a great honor for me to welcome you on behalf of all the co-conveners, and I would like to cite them. We have the UNDP, UNECA, AFRODAD, and most of the importance is Open Society Foundation that has supported us preparing this event today. As we are convening today, as I said, we are standing at a very pivotal moment in Africa's history. You may recall that we meet at a moment when we are facing unprecedented challenges, but also having profound opportunities that are coming ahead. across the continent, we are witnessing the resilience and the determination of African nations and citizens with the GDP that we are projecting for this year, which is approximately at 4%, and projections for 2026 to 2027 at 4.3%. But this formidable growth opportunity is still below the level of Agenda 2063, which is at 7 to 10%. And also, it is still extremely fragile considering the geopolitical tensions, but also climate change that are affecting our growth prospects. But more importantly, the challenge that we are faced with is the challenge of unsustainable debt, as was highlighted by the two previous speakers. Africa has paid, not only for last year, we have paid 70 billion in debt service, which shows that most of our countries have been, paying more in terms of debt service than what they are investing in strategic sectors such as health, education, and even infrastructure. This is a key impediment to Africa's growth because without, us using our domestic resources to finance development, we will be facing a development challenge that will not allow us to meet the target of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. Africa's public debt, as I said, has extremely, increased. It is estimated roughly today at 1.8 trillion, or about 2/3 of our GDP. Critically, the rising debt service costs are also offsetting most of our resources. Today, 57% of African population lives in countries where debt service surpasses spending on health, education, and infrastructure. This is not a sustainable way of investing in our future. It is not only an economical problem, but it is also a moral and imperative problem. This is why at the African Union, we have taken the lead in 2025, organizing the first ever African Union Conference on Debt that happened from 12th to 14th of May 2025 in Lomé. The conference provided the opportunity for us to revisit how debt shall be managed at the continental level, but also the policies and the reforms that needs to be conducted globally. This has created a formidable opportunity for us to be able to negotiate a positive outcome of the Sevilla conference. That was the fourth Financing for Development conference, because when you look at the debt chapter compared to the Lomé Declaration, you can see that most of the elements of language that we see in the Sevilla Compromiso are part of them emanating from our Lomé Declaration. With the Lomé Declaration, we were also able to continuously working with our member states to formulate what we call the Common African Position on Debt. The Common African Position of Debt is a practical tool that allows us to address the root cause of debt unsustainability at the continental level, but also to frame the narrative of global reforms that needs to be conducted to address this immense challenge. During the South African G20 Presidency and building on the Lomé Declaration and the Common African Position on Debt, we were able to negotiate also the first ever ministerial statement of the G20 relating to debt sustainability, which shows that we've been able to drive that continental call for deep reform in the debt architecture to the highest level we could. And just to give you a little information, in the G20 2026 presidency that will happen in the US, we had, concrete discussions with the US authorities that has led to the endorsement of the debt sustainability problem and issue that will be part of the G20 finance track discussion next year. They will build on the Common African Position on Debt, looking at the ministerial declaration on debt that was adopted by ministers of finance of the G20 to see how a better support can be tailored to support African countries navigating the complex challenge in which we are. Having said this, though, we should not be excused of our responsibilities in this, difficult time that we are in. We have to understand the fact that the way our member states use debt should matter in terms of structural transformation and development. If debt is used to invest in productive transformation, it will certainly allow us to be able to create the fiscal space that will facilitate the repayment of the amount of resources that we have collected. This is a call that is in the Common African Position on Debt and in the Lomé Declaration that speaks to the need for African countries to embark on a process of transparency and a process that will allow us to be able to manage our debt appropriately. To conclude, I would like to let you know that for us, the Lomé Declaration and the Common African Position are not the end of the battle, but this is the starting point of an international, call for deep reform in the international financial architecture and in the debt architecture in particular. And in that perspective, we believe that a credible African debt sustainability framework should be putting climate and other development goals at the center of the work that we're pushing forward. Secondly, a global call for the reduction of the cost of capital is also part of our work, because we would like African countries to access capital at costs that are in favor of their structural transformation. It is also important for us to work towards the operationalization of what we have committed ourselves to implement. We have the Common African Position on Debt, we have the Lomé Declaration that speaks together, but aside of that, we have a tool, which is the African Debt Monitoring Mechanism that we are going to implement in 2026. Lastly, there is need for us to continuously advocating for deep reforms in the G20 Common Framework. We do believe that those reforms will allow most of our countries to be able to access that mechanism at a predictable, timely, but also cost-effective way to support our structural transformation and navigate the debt challenge that we are facing. So for us, we stand ready to continuously supporting our member states, and we do believe that the coalition of will that we have been able to put together, bringing all the segments of the African constituency, but also globally, to support this call for transformation is timely and appropriate. I will be on listening mode throughout the day to see how your deliberations will be able to take us to the next level with practical implementable recommendations that will emanate from your deliberation. So thank you very much once again. My apologies for not being with you physically in South Africa, but rest assured of the fact that we are not far and we will continue the fight with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Patrick Olomo there for taking some time and joining us virtually. He's the Director of Economic Development, Integration and Trade at the African Union Commission. Just to remind you that coming up shortly after our next speaker will be our first panel discussion, and they'll be looking at Africa as a net creditor to the world. That's coming up very shortly. But let me introduce our next guest, ladies and gentlemen. Now, he's an honorary professor of economics at the University of Cape Town and the University of Stellenbosch. He's also a Director of Research and Director of Operational Policies at the African Development Bank and Chief of Macroeconomics Analysis at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. I don't know how he finds the time to do all of those, to be all of those things, but he's found a little bit of time to record something for us, which we'll share with you now. So our comments are coming from Leonce Ndikumana. And he's a distinguished professor of economics, distinguished professor of economics and director of the African Development Policy Program at the Political Economy Research Institute at the University of Massachusetts. He also was not able to join us this morning, but he took a bit of time to record his comments for us. If we may have a look, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending on what time it is in your location. My name is Leonce Ndikumana. I'm a professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts and also director of the African Development Policy Program at the Political Economy Research Institute, PERI. I would like to thank the organizers of these meetings, especially OSF, for inviting me to contribute to this event, which is around the theme, Rethinking Debt Sustainability and Exploring Africa's Alternatives. I'm going to be talking about debt sustainability in Africa and trying to propose the need for reframing the debate. And specifically, I would like to propose to reframe the issue of debt sustainability in the broader context of Africa's development challenges and policy options. In a recent report by the UNECA and the African Development Bank titled Mind the Gap, Unlocking Inclusive Growth in Africa's Low-Income Countries, there's this very interesting statement that says, without a major shift in financing strategies, many African countries will struggle to meet even the most basic infrastructure and human capital development targets, let alone achieve sustainable transformation. When you look at African countries today, what you see is the harsh reality of what are referred to as good, but not good enough. You look at economic growth, it has happened, but it is not high enough and it is not sustained in most countries. Poverty reduction has happened in some countries and globally, but it is too slow in Africa, and Africa remains the world's capital of poverty. Inequality remains high, especially the rural-urban divide, due mainly to the inadequate welfare improvements from agriculture, which is the main source of livelihood for the majority of the population. And fundamentally, there has been failure of structural transformation, and especially failure to promote manufacturing, which is one of the reasons for the insufficient growth, unstable growth, inadequate job creation, inadequate welfare improvement for the majority of the population. And Africa remains the continent of paradoxes. One is the paradox of plenty, where Africa is the net exporter of raw natural resources and a net importer of the manufactured product made of these same natural resources. It has suffered a different of curse. It's mainly an institutional curse, mainly due to the failure to manage adequately the natural resource sectors, partly because of institutional incapacity, institutional ineffectiveness, but also pure corruption. Africa has suffered and is continuing to suffer what I call the original sin, whereas it really does not own its resources. They have been plundered during the colonial era. they continue to be plundered now by multinational corporations. Africa suffered what I refer to as human capital paradox. It's becoming a net exporter of skilled labor in healthcare, education, and other areas. Yet African hospitals lack skilled nurses and doctors, and African doctors and nurses who stay at home are unemployed. Africa suffers a financing paradox, whereas it is a net creditor to the rest of the world rather than a net borrower to the rest of the world. And the chronic financing gaps have three important features. One is that these gaps are large and continue to increase, but they are also concentrated exactly in the key drivers of structural transformation, notably infrastructure, transport, energy, education, that is human capital accumulation, technology, and innovation. And the third is that it's not because of lack of resources, it's because Africa has not been able to leverage its resource mobilization capacity, especially in terms of natural resource exploitation. And Africa, unfortunately, has been looking at the wrong places for financing external debt and official development aid. Official development aid has proved to be insufficient for a long time. Now it's simply drying out. The dreams of receiving increasing aid are becoming nightmare. Debt has not generated the growth and development, only cycles of debt crisis. Remember the 80s, the pre-COVID, the post-COVID, yet Africa remains a net creditor to the rest of the world, whereas it finances the rest of the world rather than being financed by it. We need then a paradigm shift in development financing models. At this time, we need more than declarations. The new ones say nothing new. We need to think genuinely out of the box. If you look at Africa today, it owes about $1 trillion in the form of debt, but there is about $3 trillion stashed abroad that originate from capital flight. Therefore, on a net basis, Africa actually has net positive external assets to the tune of $2 billion. Meaning, if Africa could repatriate 1/3 of its asset held abroad, it would wipe out all the debt it owes the rest of the continent. That tells you there is a really need for reframing what has been done in terms of financial debt sustainability. Debt need not happen. Africa need not be indebted if it could keep its own resources onshore. If you look at financing gaps, these are estimates calculated by the UNECA and the African Development Bank. Africa overall financing needs for development are about just under 500 billion. Right now, it mobilizes about 93 billion a year. That is a gap of 400 billion. There are possible sources of financing, but if you look at the actual figures, the inflows are massively exceeded by capital flight, financial hemorrhage. Every year, African countries lose about $97 billion in terms of through capital flight. The volumes through illicit financial flows will be much higher. At the same time, African countries receiving remittances of the tune of 94 billion, ODA 60 billion, 55 in terms of foreign direct investment, and just 24 billion in terms of net money coming from external borrowing. To be specific, if you look at the debt accumulation in Africa, about 48 billion adds to the debt to the stock of debt. In terms of net flows, it's about 47. But in terms of net money that Africa can actually use, taking the money that comes in minus the money that needs to go out in terms of debt repayment, it's only 24 billion. Basically, for each dollar that adds to the stock of debt, only half, 50 cents, amounts to new money that Africa can use to finance its development. So once again, I don't think external borrowing is a fruitful source of financing for African countries. So we need a paradigm shift, and to reframe the narrative beyond external debt sustainability. The objective must be to graduate from external debt dependence, and debt sustainability debates, unfortunately, thus far have sought to imagine a world where Africa can keep borrowing comfortably. But that means keep earning your money to repay the loans. That means keep working for the creditors. Instead, the focus should be on how Africa can finance its development needs, mostly with its own generated resources. So it should not be about debt sustainability. It should be about financial sustainability. So what not to do? What not to do is to continue counting on increasing ODA. It is not sufficient now. It's likely to get worse. Yet you've seen it already if you have, in fact, you have seen it already if you have been watching. Do not bank on increasing external borrowing. Do not count on the lure of improved ratings. What we have seen is that African countries get exuberant, think that their ratings have increased, and they go get Euro bonds, which they cannot repay. A bad idea. What to do is to increase domestically generated resources from tax revenue and mining revenue. Create a macroeconomic environment that encourages foreign investment and diaspora remittances and domestic investment. Then combat financial hemorrhage through capital flight and illicit financial flows. What not to do or expect is that ODA may increase. It will not. The annual flows of aid will not increase. I can bet they will actually decrease. We have seen it happening already with the pullout of aid by the US, which, by the way, many people don't know. The drastic decline in official lending, official aid by the US comes at the back of sustained decline in aid by other major donors like the UK, Japan, and other donors. So what we're likely to see is a decline in aid. So aid is not the source that's going to fill the gaps of experienced by African countries. External debt, yes, people plead for African countries to target concessional loans, but those are not free money. Eventually, they must be repaid by hard-earned foreign exchange. And market-based loans, like Euro bonds, are simply a bad idea. They are too expensive. They amount to mortgaging the well-being of future generations. So what to do is to focus on domestically generated funds. In terms of tax revenue mobilization, is to accelerate systematic digitization of the fiscal system, both on the expenditure and on the revenue side. Accelerate domestic mobilization of domestic savings, notably by establishing of developing domestic capital markets, and focus really on mobilizing revenue from minerals and oil and agricultural commodities in a different way. One is to abandon the concession model in mineral and oil development agreements. The African countries must promote shareholding, not concessioning. This is where government becomes a shareholder. We have to see more domestic investors investing in these sectors. Domesticate value addition, processing minerals and oil domestically and moving up the value chain rather than shipping them out unprocessed. Then repatriate the proceeds of mineral exports. And then regulate and modernize artisanal and small-scale mining, which has remained outside of the sight of the regulator, whereas it has major potential for increasing revenue and tax and foreign exchange earnings. And then combat tax evasion, especially in mining and oil exploitation. You need also to improve macroeconomic and institutional environment to incentivize investment, domestic investment and foreign investment. Then incentivize diaspora remittances by reducing the transfer fees, but also by creating destinations for diaspora investment destinations for diaspora remittances in areas promoting structural transformation beyond real estate, which has been the primary destination of diaspora remittances. What to do is also combating illicit financial flows and capital flight by combating especially misinvoicing of exports of oil and minerals, by promoting transparency in exports through digitalization of systems, promoting country-by-country automatic exchange of information, and then, as I said, overcome the original sin by promoting domestic ownership and co-investment in mining and oil exploitation. That's the only way African countries can have optimal revenue from mineral and oil, and also that's the only way these sectors can contribute to employment creation, revenue creation, foreign exchange earnings. So, in summary, what I'm proposing is to reframe and broaden the discussion of debt sustainability as sustainability of development financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor Leonce Ndinkuma, who is the Distinguished Professor of Economics at the African Economic Policy and Director, African Development Policy Program, for those some harsh words, some hard truths coming from there. Now, we'd like to start our panel discussions. As we said earlier on, there will be 3 panel discussions taking place today. Some of our guests are joining us virtually, and some are actually here in the room with us. And I'd like to call on our moderator to come up first, maybe, and as we set the stage for our first panel discussion. And remember, I'm told there are quite a lot of people that are actually watching us and joining us on Zoom at the present moment. You'll also be able to participate with us. If you have any questions, please forward those questions. We will then have a Q&A just at the end of our first panel discussion. Our first panel discussion is on the topic Africa as net creditor to the world. And our moderator is Ms. Rumbidzai Masango, who's from Open Society Foundations. She is going to be our moderator. If I may ask Dr. Charles Abugre, Executive Director, International Development Economic Associates Limited, the Ideas Network, to come and join her. Mr. Austin Chulu, Senior Economic Advisor and G20 Advisor, United Nations Development Program. And our 2 panelists joining us via, they are online, Dr. Ndongo Sambasila, Head of Research and Policy for the Africa region, the Ideas Network, joining us virtually, and Professor Fumi Olanisakin, Vice President, Vice Principal International, and Professor of Security, Leadership, and Development at King's College in London, extraordinary professor at the University of Pretoria as well. Okay, Rumbi, if I may just hand it over to you.
Super. Testing, can you hear me? All right, super. Thank you so much, Tony, and good morning to colleagues in the room, as well as colleagues who are joining us online. As mentioned, my name is Rumbidzai Masango. I work for the Open Society Foundations, and I will be moderating our panel today on Africa as net creditor to the world. With me, I have 2 of our panelists on the stage, and we have 2 of them who are online. I'll just quickly introduce them so that we are clear on who's here and their expertise on the subject matter. So on the stage right next to me is Dr. Charles Abugre. He's the Executive Director of the International Development Economics Associates, which is called International Ideas. It's a global South network for progressive economists and other social scientists that are devoted to promoting non-orthodox approaches to addressing development programs. I think essentially linking and tied to exactly what we heard from Leonce about the importance of reframing our thinking around debt. Next to Charles, I have Mr. Austin Chulu. He's with the United Nations Development Program. He's a development economist and policy advisor with over 30 years of experience in shaping data-driven development strategies. He is currently the senior economic and G20 advisor at the UNDP. And then online, as already mentioned, we have Ndongo Sila. He's also with International Ideas. He's a research and policy director for Africa at International Ideas. And last but certainly not least, I have my sister online as well, Professor Fumni. She is the Professor of Security, Leadership and Development at King's College in London. And she's the founding director of the African Leadership Center, which aims to build the next generation of African scholars and analysts that are generating cutting-edge knowledge for conflict, security, and development in Africa. So let's get started. I think we got some very, very interesting and engaging opening remarks from our welcome remarks, as well as to our speaker who gave us the setting of the scene. And I liked Leonce's interventions. That kind of gave us a bit more of a meta-level analysis on what's going on as it pertains to debt development, the challenges and the opportunities that are there. So our first panel challenges the deeply entrenched narrative that Africa is a perpetual debtor. Yet, when we account for resource outflows, capital flights, illicit financial flows, profit repatriation, Africa may actually be a net creditor to the world. I think we've already heard this a little bit this morning. So today in this panel, we're going to unpack what this means for sovereignty, development financing, and global governance. So to get us started, I just want to remind you that while I have a few doctors on the panel, we're not going to have an academic debate, but really just a discussion about how are we reframing power dynamics and asking who actually owes whom. What can be done about debt, and how can we deliver for Africa's transformative agenda? And perhaps just to plug and again acknowledge our colleagues who are joining us online, we encourage you to please engage with us on the chat platform. Tony will be listening and also watching the chat, and then we'll be able to engage with you and also showcase and highlight any questions that you have for us from the virtual space. So I'm going to turn to my panelists. I'm going to pose one question to each of you, but before we get into individual specific questions, I'm going to ask a broad framing question. Charles, perhaps I'll start with you since you're right next to me. The question I'm posing to you as panelists, colleagues, is what does the world continue to get wrong about African sovereign debt, and how do we address that? So Charles, over to you.
I think we all collectively get the sovereign debt problem wrong in a certain context. It is important to unpack the debt problem. There is a domestic debt problem, that debt that is incurred by sovereign governments in their local currencies. That type of debt has a different set of dynamics. They're entirely in the hands of governments to address. And they are also very positive for economic growth, because debt denominated in local currencies is a transfer of resources from the state to the private sector. And it's a major channel for growth and domestic investment. When we lump that up with debt incurred in foreign currencies, we'll both create two problems. Problem number one is that we very quickly then move the problem to a fiscal space problem. The resolution then becomes austerity. That's a problem we must ourselves unpack. The debt denominated in foreign currency has other dynamics. Not only is it a costly exercise, but in terms of our inability to determine its cost, that is the interest rates cost, but we also have a second cost, which is the foreign exchange cost. And that foreign exchange cost is important because by the nature of our economies, our source of foreign exchange earnings are volatile. And therefore, we always constantly have to increase the amount of domestic revenues to purchase foreign exchange if it is there at all. So our first problem is unpack it. Once we have unpacked it, then we have also to unpack the foreign debt issue. There is a historical trajectory. The problem we face today is not the same as the debt problem we faced in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. The problem we face today is essentially a private debt problem, a setting binge for euro bonds, which is bond debt, private debt. And that private bond market debt has dynamics we cannot control. One is, it is generally pro-cyclical, meaning that every time when you want it is when the cost goes up. When you don't want it is when the cost goes down. That's the first one. Secondly, it's an indirect means of controlling our natural resources because we actually mortgage through securitization our real resources in exchange for fiat currency. And by doing so, we are transferring our real resources, gold, diamond, timber. Those are real resources for paper resources whose value is also volatile. So we have to address today's problem. And I think Leon's made that point. We really must wean ourselves from this attraction for foreign bonds, which was actually pushed on the continent in the early 2000s because donors wanted to pivot away from credit, from providing assistance, and the concessionary finance dried up. The Americans, in responding to the financial crisis in 2008, made money and cheap money awash. And so the IMF encouraged all our countries to see graduating towards private bond markets as a mark of maturity, and that it is more amenable. It provides us with more flexibility and more scope and size to invest in our infrastructure. This is a terrible mistake. And so we must learn from other developing countries in reducing our appetite for foreign bonds.
Great, thank you, Charles, for that and setting the tone for us, challenging us to really rethink, the value of these foreign bonds and how we're actually engaging with them. I'm going to go online, perhaps just so we switch things a little bit. Perhaps Ndongo, maybe we could come to you. What do you think are the challenges that we continue to face as Africans? And do you agree with what we're hearing here from Charles, or do you have an alternative position on the same?
Thank you for this question, and thanks first for having me. I completely agree with what Charles Abugre said. I would like to go in that same direction, first by quoting the Anglo-Sudanese billionaire and philanthropist Mo Ibrahim, because he wrote to the Financial Times in reaction to an article in that same journal saying that African countries generally have been borrowing a lot, and the debt is not sustainable because they have a debt to GDP ratio of 40%, while rich countries, the debt is sustainable, while they have 136% of debt to GDP ratio. So in that piece, Mo Ibrahim said, why a debt level at 40% is high for poor countries when rich countries can continue to borrow at 136% of GDP. And his response was, I believe the answer is the unsustainable interest rates that poor countries are saddled with. Put simply, the rich borrow cheaply, but the poor have to pay excessive rates, driving them into default in most cases. Mo Ibrahim's answer to his own question is interesting, but it does not tell the whole story. The main reason why 130% of their GDP is not high for rich countries, while 40% is high for poor countries, is that all rich countries borrow in their own currencies. And the interest rates on their sovereign bonds are determined by their central banks and not the financial markets. By contrast, global South countries, including African ones, often issue bonds in foreign currencies. So they can be insolvent because they could lack the US dollars, and they have no control whatsoever on the interest rates applying on their foreign bonds. The second thing to say is that debt crises across the global South are a necessary outcome of a monetary and financial system organized around a key fiat currency standard. That means that the US dollar and the euro are as basically currencies needed to transact internationally. This creates systemic constraints for countries that have other currencies. And so when we talk about corruption, unfair credit ratings, high interest premiums, these are symptoms or at best aggravating factors. They are not structural factors. So under the current financial order, which compels global South countries to accumulate US dollars in order to trade, to buy their imports, in fact, countries that have current account surplus, like for example, Botswana and Nigeria, they generally have more room for maneuver. For the rest, the majority, the deficit countries, they are obliged, unfortunately, to go through periodic crisis. So this is something systemic associated with the international financial order. So there are some, interesting cases like Botswana, because Botswana is a diamond-rich country and it has technical and fiscal control over its diamond sector. Botswana never received a loan from the IMF and has very little foreign debt relative to its export income. Botswana's foreign public debt is owed mostly at 94% to the African Development Bank and the World Bank. Botswana did not issue Eurobonds and also avoided foreign exchange loans from commercial banks. So the paradox is that the country that has one of the highest sovereign credit rating in Africa is the one that never needed the international financial markets. So you are rated very well when you don't need international financial markets. So if resource-rich African countries had a fiscal and technical control over their extractive sectors, they would not need to issue so much debt in foreign currency. During the 2020-90 period for Sub-Saharan Africa, the returns on foreign debt investment have been much higher than the external public debt service. In resource-rich African countries that recently defaulted on their debt obligations, like Zambia and Ghana, foreign debt investment returns have been priced higher than the public external debt service, despite the high interest rates on their foreign debts. So last thing for me to say is that what African governments did wrong was that they borrowed in foreign currency to invest in big infrastructure projects that did neither increase their export income nor reduce their imports. This always leads to unsustainable debt service to export income ratio. This pattern has been observed for most of the countries that have been in a situation of debt distress. The implication is that debt sustainability does not depend on nominal GDP growth being higher than the average interest rate on government debt, as mainstream analysis would suggest. For foreign debt, sustainability requires, first of all, an increase in the capacity to pay through additional export income, a point that is not fully acknowledged yet by African governments and their advisors.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks for those interventions, Ndongo. You're coming in there. I picked up some systematic issues and points where you are talking about how, for instance, the rich countries borrow in their own currencies, yet African countries have to borrow in a foreign currency, and there's some challenges there as well. Perhaps, Austin, I will come to you and have you also weigh in on the conversation. We've heard from Charles, we've heard from Dongo, some quite challenging, non-orthodox ideas around debt. What's your stance on the same?
Thanks, Rumbi. Yeah, debt is business. It's a very profitable business. And those of us who have been in the business long enough know that there's no way out of debt if we get into it. That's the first thing that I have to say. So, what is debt? Banks, financial institutions, foreign governments, etc., entice us to go into debt. Do we really need debt? That's the question. So, those of us with credit cards, etc., do a lot of nice trade on a day-to-day basis, right? So you go and buy bread and you're told, do you want 6 months or straight? Do you want it on budget? You're getting yourself into debt. The same thing goes for our governments and the continent, in that we have been told, we have been convinced that we have to go into debt in order to have development. Now, I'll tell you a story. 1993, I bought a piece of land for my family. 1993. And my parents lived there, my families all congregate there once in a while, either for a funeral or for a wedding, or both. One thing that has struck me from 1993 is that this farm, the family land I bought, has water. It's about 50 hectares in size. It's got everything. And yet, every time I go in, as one of as their young man coming out of the UN, they ask me, "We don't have tomatoes. Can you help us buy tomatoes? Or can you lend us some money to buy fertilizer or something like that?" So it's an ingrained thing that my family sees me as the provider, just like Africa sees debt as a way out of situations where Africa itself can actually address. So my question on debt sustainability is simple. Is debt sustainable? Is that sustainability meaning that we have to always be in debt as Africa? Or should we rethink the entire prospects of us going into debt in the first place? Because it's a profitable business for creditors to actually give money to Africa and let Africa consume future resources now so that we can be bondaged into paying the interest that we have been paying for the last 50 years. It's not 30 years, it's more than 50 years. Since the winds of change swept across Africa in the 60s, we have been indebted. And we have to rethink that narrative that debt is sustainable. There's no sustainable debt in the first place, because debt is never sustainable. So when we think through all these things about, let's say, illicit financial flows, the outflows of resources out of Africa, yes, that is true. But can we try to reverse that now? And I've been in so many meetings that have actually looked at this same issue of how to twist and tweak the entire global system or financial system so that we can become independent of debt and get away with the issue of creditors versus debtors. So for me, it's a business that needs to be curtailed in before we get even further into this issue of debt sustainability. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Austin. Fumni, I'm going to come to you online now. We've heard from Charles, who was dissuading us from this attraction of these foreign bonds We've heard about the systematic issues that Ndongo was speaking to and also highlighting a little bit about the case of Botswana. And we have Austin also challenging us here that, debt is a business, and maybe perhaps we need to start rethinking whether we want to kind of continue to sustain this business, keeping Africa on the back foot. Curious to hear your inputs and thoughts on the same for me. Over to you.
Thank you so very much, my sister. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I have really thoroughly enjoyed listening to my colleagues, and there is nothing that they have said that I would disagree with. I think Leonce was saying something earlier on, we have to think outside the box and think about alternatives and think anew. This question about debt being a business and about the fact that when we get into it, we're getting into it on the terms of other people, other countries, that we borrow in currencies that are not ours. All of those things are valid. What I'm thinking of is, how do we then get out of it, right? I have not heard anyone talk about two or three questions. The first one is, should we collectively, maybe not unilaterally, we've seen countries like Argentina just, default, sovereign debt default, and started getting into a period of restructuring of that debt and rebuilding. Should Africa collectively default? Because there's no end in sight. If this was an individual, as the last speaker was saying, if this was an individual, actually, we will stop, not only would the credit on those credit cards, with the interest on those credit cards continue to rise, it doesn't matter what we pay, how much we pay, unless we pay it all off. And where would you pay it off? Individuals will be thinking of bankruptcy. If you have loans that you cannot pay for, that your salaries cannot pay for, in the end, either your property is taken or whatever it is, the collateral was will be taken from you. And I think that our continent is rapidly racing into bankruptcy, and the bankruptcy happens because the vast majority of our people take to the streets. They push regimes, or regime after regime, to rethink and to really consider the benefit of the whole, the benefit of the collective. I haven't heard that. But I also think that part of what Leonce and colleagues on the panel are trying to invite us to do is brainstorm solutions outside the box. It's very easy to think within the structures or within the canvas that we have been given. But actually, we've not even been given that canvas to paint on. We have been given other people's canvas to paint on, right? And we have sheets of paper that have been torn out of notebooks on which we can go home with our own painting. So I think this situation is ludicrous. Part of the solution, therefore, and it's another question, what do we have as Africa? What do we have that we can use? We have our natural resources and our people. They have always been the reasons why the rest of the world came to us. Can we also think about what people like Benedict Orama would say? What the African, what the Afrexim Bank, will probably advocate. Can we take all of our minerals, begin to take our mineral resources out of the ground now, which we have in trillions of dollars, euros, and so on? Can we take them out of the ground now as a basis to negotiate? The third thing is, what do we have as African peoples? We have people in abundance, but we have not privileged them, we have not lifted them to a place where the rest of the world can value them as equals. Only 1 in 10 Africans is in any form of tertiary education. India has, so that's 10%. India, which is roughly about the same size of the whole continent of Africa, but under one governance roof, has 28% of its young people in tertiary education. Even they are saying by 2035, 50% of them must be in going through tertiary education, which means they're thinking about 50 million more people going into universities or any kinds of places. Where is our people's solution? So that the taxes, when we invert situations, the taxes that Leonce is talking about, those people can pay taxes. Where's the thing that is getting us healthcare volunteers to become people who actually have progression pathways? Where is the artificial intelligence that is, bolstering all of that of our young people? Where's our data sovereignty? All our data is being carted outside. So these are the things we have that we can work with. And there have to be the terms of renegotiating if we want to continue debt. But I'm asking, why can we not have a collective sovereign default? Why can't we, in order to move our resources to those things that will work for us? Finally, Rumi, I'm so sorry. Can we also look at diaspora remittances? Leon's talked about it. Many of us sitting here in the Western world, many students can't come here anymore. We pay for education no matter what the quality is at home. We pay for all sorts of personal, community, family investments, funerals, and so on. Can we levy it in a structured way? I'm not saying tax it, but there's a form of tax. So if you asked me that when I'm remitting money home, can I pay $1 on every 10 pounds I send? Can I pay £1 on every 10? I would say yes, if it's going to some structured development support. So the 100 billion or so that comes from diaspora remittances every year, what can we make of that? What can we levy on top of that to start moving Africa along? We can easily levy 25 million and take care of this net, useless net balance that we have from foreign aid. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Prof. And I really love your interventions, coming in a little bit, talking there about the politics of what we're discussing here, also re-emphasizing the importance of our own agency, but also how do we rethink and look at the extractive sector. I think Leon's also mentioned this as well. How are we tapping into the youth? Artificial intelligence. How do we change the game so that we are putting ourselves in front and in the driving seat and not just being passengers on this journey? So thank you so much for that. I want to acknowledge, I saw 2 hands came up in the chat. Tony, I hope you're keeping tabs on that and just keeping, the questions on standby. Colleagues, if you can just please put your questions in the chat, and then Tony will speak to them shortly. We'll just move into the second and last segment of this panel. I'm also just conscious of time as well, that we're running out of time. But Austin, perhaps I'll come to you and ask a specific question just around what structural and geopolitical factors shape the current debt landscape, and where are the opportunities for reform? I think if you can take us into the direction around solutions, that would be great. Over to you.
Thank you, Rumi. Yeah, in terms of the geopolitical factors that affect our livelihoods, the first is the design of the global financial structures and why we have been made to believe that we have a net inflow of resources into Africa, whereas in reality, we have a net outflow of resources. And the figures have been given by both the opening remarks, etc. There's a lot of figures that were given there, and I think Leon's also made some points there. But there's an issue of measurement of value. And the fact that we've been meant to believe that anything that's coming out of the continent, for instance, because we're talking Africa here, most of the things that are coming from Africa are undervalued, and we're made to believe that these things have less value than what is coming in. And therefore, the metric that we're measuring is that we are a net receiver of resources rather than a net producer of resources. That's the first one. So we need to address the issue of valuing what is really critical here. Can the world do without cobalt from Congo right now and the stuff that goes into electric cars? It can't. All our mobile phones depend on some mineral that comes from Goma or Katanga or something like that. Can we value that to the point where it actually brings development? The second thing is that we have lost the juxtaposition between what we receive in development finance and development outcomes. I think Ahuna mentioned that earlier, that we need to have that correlation between what is coming in as development finance and the development outcomes. Why is Africa still where we are right now in terms of poverty levels, in terms of education attainment systems, in terms of health services provision, with all these resources that have been coming in since our countries got independent in the early 60s? The issue of the value chains. How do we harness the benefits of value chains, and how do we start thinking rather than just talking? I know our colleagues from the African Union have had Agenda 2063 and the first 10-year implementation plan. Now we're in the second 10-year implementation plan. We still want to see development outcomes out of those very noble declarations that we've had, including the SDGs, by the way. We still need to have a check and say, have we really achieved anything with these global pronouncements? Do we need to rethink how Africa does business? How we can better do business amongst ourselves, first of all, as Africans, but also with the rest of the world. We still need to promote the value of Africanness. This is something that the African Union and the Agenda 2063 has promoted on a sustainable, profitable, wealthy Africa. Now, how do we achieve that? It's cheaper for me to fly to New York from here than to go to my village. Right? How am I going to then look at development if we have instituted amongst ourselves all these barriers to trade, to development, to interaction amongst ourselves? It's even easier for me to get a visa in some other continent other than getting from here to DRC. I know colleagues of mine who work in Goma, and to get to Lubumbashi in the same country, they have to either fly to France or fly to South Africa. And there are so many different impediments that we can do without. And all I'm saying is perhaps we need that call to action and activate that call to say, yes, we can do it. We can make Africa work. Right now, we're still working on impediments that have been brought to us and taught to us and even convinced us that, yes, traveling should be difficult for Africans going into other African countries. We have been convinced about that. But it's easy. We can get rid of it. We have instruments that are working towards getting rid of those impediments, and we can see where development can lead us into at the continental stage. Thank you.
Super, thanks. Thank you so much, Austin, for flagging. I think some of these challenges that I'm sure many of us in the room have experienced traveling within our own continent is a challenge. These are some of the structural and systematic ways in which the global financial system, but just, where we're seeing a reinforcement of the colonial histories that continue to live with us today. Just sticking with the structural pieces, Charles, I'm going to come to you, and perhaps we can talk a little bit, double-click on illicit financial flows. Why does it continue to be a global challenge to address illicit financial flows, as well as the creditor cartel dynamics that undermine sovereignty? I know we've had the Mbeki panel for a very long time. UNECA has been working a lot on this. We have our civil society groups that have been working on illicit financial flows, AFRODAD, Tax Justice Network Africa. We've been talking about this. Why is it still a challenge?
Okay, so we have capital outflows, which are both so-called licit and illicit. So we have to think about these capital outflows a little more broader. I think it was Leons or Ndongo who made the point that in fact we lose more from the re-export of capital, which is monies earned by foreign direct investments in the form of primary income sent back to their countries, that amount is far bigger than several times more than what we actually devote to debt servicing. So there is a capital outflow through FDIs. We have to address that through regulation and through incentive systems that force a reinvestment of profits. So the profit outflows are as big as the ones that we call illicit. So that's the first one. But we are not regulating capital for reinvestment. We actually are deregulating the capital markets in the belief that the inflow of foreign direct investment will resolve our current account problems, will resolve our need for technology transfer, our need for foreign exchange earnings and jobs. But it doesn't happen if you don't regulate. So the net effect of that is an outflow of capital through profit repatriation and the payment of technical assistance services. On the illicit side, there's both a domestic responsibility and an external issue. The Mbeki panel report outlines very clearly the things that can be done by African governments to stem the tide of the outflows. Not just the automatic exchange of information and things like this, but the regulatory mechanisms that, in a coordinated way, that put together the entities that regulate financial flows, as well as regulating trade invoicing at the level of customs. We have not taken any of these steps in stemming it. So there is a political will problem, but it's also a fear of retribution politically that we need to address. The final thing, I think, is this dependence on the export of raw materials. So the biggest channel through which capital flows, especially profits, are concealed and transferred abroad, is through the export of raw materials. So in that sense, the inability to regulate the production, export, and the international pricing of raw materials allows also for profits to be concealed. Those are all the domestic ones. On the external side, that needs international campaigning to address the tax havens, the secrecy jurisdictions. And secrecy jurisdictions actually profit the most important players. So some of the biggest secrecy jurisdictions are in the United States. Others are in British territories, and also the London financial markets themselves. And so even as you deal with the domestic issues, you need the international campaigning, and that's why the UN convention processes are important. But even as the UN conventions processes move forward, we have to continue the collective international campaigning to dismantle secrecy and so on.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Charles, speaking to us about the importance of regulation mechanisms, the challenges around the politics of this as well. When you challenge illicit financial flows, there could be some political repercussions or even reprisals for that matter. So a bit of caution there, I guess, from our leaders, but we're pushing them to say, no, it's time to actually be in the driving seat and we need to reclaim our own destiny, also acknowledging the importance of the domestic and international campaigns as well to continue pushing for the fight for against illicit financial flows. I'm going to turn back online. My sister Fumni, if you could come on next. You had started speaking to this a little bit earlier on about our agency as Africans and how we need to kind of step into the space a bit more proactively when it comes to this question around debt. Can you speak to how we can reshape the global discourse to center Africa's perspective on debt sustainability? What are the risks if we don't shift these narratives from democratic governance, human and food security perspectives? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm not even sure, you asked about geopolitics earlier, Rumi, and I think when you look at the geopolitical landscape, Africa is struggling. It is the carpet on which every other emerging or emergent actor, current global actor, is the carpet on which they walk to get the new agendas. And it's not even a red carpet, right? It's a filthy carpet that has been laid out for Africa because we internally have not done much to affect that narrative. And I want to shift that focus on internal. You know, our owners' objectives at the start can't be met if we're not having a collective conversation, but we stay in the realm of the bilateral, an honest collective conversation about Africa's power, also meaning that those leaders are having a collective or individual conversation in their own context with their own peoples. So you see 3 or 4 parallels running at us. So in the global landscape, on the global scene, Africa is not taken seriously. So the places of action for the future in any global narrative moves from the Security Council to the General Assembly. But what sort of action will take place in the General Assembly to put some things really hot on the agenda? And if it's not about democratic dividends that affects the whole of the people of Africa, I don't think we can have any shot at the narrative. So aligning the parallel tracks of people pushing their leaders, and they're pushing them endlessly, and it will get worse if those leaders themselves are not taking individual and collective action to renavigate the global space, to say enough. But if I may contribute a sentence to the last thing that has been said, it's not even the secrecy zones that Charles is talking about. It's not even about saying don't take the money for whatever purpose, keep it in Africa, keep it at home. That's what we've seen in parts of Asia, that when you invest, when you keep all of that at home and it's not doing more for others, then we can start getting somewhere. Final point is, when you talk about, therefore, the narrative and how we shift it on the global stage, I'm afraid that narrative is not going to shift unless it is backed by action. The kind of action that says we will collectively renegotiate this debt, or we'll take a radical step of opting out of it, of defaulting, until we see this sort of changes. Because African people are living wretchedly, they're even being blocked from coming to these parts of the world. They cannot afford the education here. Of course, the best of Africa is coming to service these societies, as we've heard before. It needs something radically different, not just a narrative that will not work without being backed by action. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for that, Prof. And Ndongo, I'll also now come to you as well, and quickly segue perhaps to talk a little bit about the fiscal and monetary side of this conversation. So often we discuss debt sustainability as distinct from fiscal policy and monetary sovereignty. Can you share more about how these are actually interlinked and have resulted in Africa's current debt landscape? Ndongo, over to you.
Okay, thanks for this question. Monetary sovereignty is a very important concept because debt crises are a symptom of a lack of monetary sovereignty. Japan has a debt to GDP ratio of more than 200%, 230%. Japan will never ever default in its own currency, never, unless it is voluntary. But some countries like Argentina and Peru defaulted at 30% debt GDP ratio. That is monetary sovereignty. But unfortunately, mainstream economics does not have a concept of monetary sovereignty and does not understand how the international payment system work. That's why we have a number of difficulties in Africa, because most of the policy making is informed by mainstream economics. I would give one example from Africa, the CFA franc, because it's a currency that is legally under the control of the French treasury. That's why I call it Africa's last colonial currency. It's a system which creates a debt trap, institutionalized a debt trap. How? You have a currency that is backed against the euro. So if you promise to convert your currency at a fixed rate, you have to accumulate enough deposits in foreign currencies, in euros, in US dollar, etc. So to do that, the central bank has to limit the financing of the economy, because if you extend too much financing for the economy, what could happen is that part of the credit will feed imports, and this will deplete the stock of foreign exchange, and that will lead to a devaluation of the currency. But as the goal is to maintain the peg, the central bank will have this policy to ration the credit, productive credit. You take the case of Senegal, my own country, there's practically no credit, no bank credit to the primary sector. That means agriculture, livestock, and fishery, practically no credit. At least credit, having a maturity of more than 1 year. You see, when you do that, you have deficits, productive deficits. And all these countries, at least in West Africa, they have deficits for, since the independence period in the 1960s. And as the currency is overvalued, that means that the currency acts as a subsidy to imports and as a tax on exports. That means we have, deficits, external deficits for more than 6 decades. So that means that in this context, for the central bank to expand its balance sheet to finance the economy, the central bank has to ask governments to issue debts in foreign currency so that the central bank will have an adequate level of foreign exchange reserves. That's how the system works. So it institutionalized, the debt trap. This is an extreme example, but that is also happening in other African countries, because the central banks, they will say they would like to fight inflation. But how they fight inflation? They fight inflation by raising interest rates. But when you raise interest rate, that will not address inflation, because inflation has a supply side origin. You don't have enough food production, you have lack of infrastructure, etc. If you raise interest rates, you punish the private sector. And at the same time, what will happen is that the interest payments on the government budget will also increase. That's what central banks do in Africa. So in that context, the African governments, what they will do is say, oh, we prefer to borrow in foreign currency because it's cheaper. In some countries, you could have nominal interest rates of more than 20%. So we know that there is a bias against African governments when they issue foreign debts, but the rates on foreign debts are lower than the domestic rates. And these domestic rates normally is under the control of the central banks. But that's not what they have been doing, the central banks in Africa, you see. So one other issue that is also important is, why would a government borrow in foreign currency? And generally in Africa, it is said that, oh, because in Africa, we don't have the money, we don't have the savings, we have low taxes, etc., and we don't have the savings. But this is a wrong answer, because when people say that, that means that the people have no understanding of how banks works, because banks are not intermediaries between, those who have savings and those who would like to, apply for loans. What banks do is that banks create money. They create money out of thin air. That's how every form of economic development has been financed, in the past. Banks create money. That is called credit. That has nothing to do with savings. So if you have your own banking system, you could finance whatever you could do from a technical material point of view. That means that everything you could do yourself, you can finance yourself, and only you can finance it. This has to be understood, because the foreign money will always remain within, the banking system of the, foreign country that issues it. For example, the US dollars will never leave the US banking system, because that's the nature of money. Money is an electronic entry in bank balance sheets. So the US dollar will never come to Africa, never ever. You will use that money to buy imports or repay your debt. That's what foreign money could do. But foreign money could not, use your own domestic resources. To use your own domestic resources, you have to have your own banking system and also a system of public banks. And the discussion about, domestic resource mobilization is just about taxes, but never about the role that public banks could do. You create the money and you activate your own resources. So if countries have to borrow in foreign currency, there is only one valid reason. You have to pay for your net imports. And by net imports, I mean your imports are higher, the value of your imports is higher than the value of your export. But that could be only sustainable if the foreign exchange, if the foreign debts you take will generate future additional export income. If that's not the case, that will not be sustainable. So that has to be understood. But now, there are things that African continent could do, to end debt crisis and also to finance itself its own development. Very simple things to do. First, many people, in this panel say that we have to have more technical and fiscal control over the sectors, that generate the foreign exchange. We have also to have that same form of control over sectors that also generally imply, profit and dividend repatriations. That's important. We need to establish an African payment union because this would allow African countries to trade between themselves without using any hard currency. We could do that because it doesn't make sense to borrow USD to trade between ourselves. This, through African payment union, we could have exchange between us using an African currency unit. I'm not saying an African single currency, but an African currency unit. And we could facilitate the trade between Africans and between the continent and the rest of the world using this. That means that we'll trade without the need to accumulate USD or euros, etc. These are things that we could do and that also are practicable. But to do that, I think we have to, renew our way of thinking about money and finance. We need a radical shift from the prevailing paradigm because the prevailing economic paradigm has no understanding whatsoever of what money is, what banks do, and how the international payment landscape works. Unless we have a good understanding of how these things work, we'll still be in debates about how to finance African development, but the solutions are already here.
Wow, thank you, Ndongo, for quite an intricately explained synopsis on the intersection between the monetary system, the financial system, and how complicated it actually is. But equally important, why it's important for us to also get it right and readdress the challenges that exist. We also acknowledge you challenging us to also rethink the borrowing schemes and also perhaps create our own banks, as it were, and also challenge the system, not only relying on the foreign currency. I think it's at this juncture that I will now turn to the audience in the room, but also to our people online. Tony, do we have any questions? I saw 3, I think.
Yes, we do. And an interesting comment here from Chennai. She says, this is such an important point. Narratives are incredibly important. We refer to ourselves as being at the bottom of the value chain, but if we viewed ourselves as being the beginning of the value chain, then our role and contribution to the value chains will be very different. I think that's a great comment. Thank you, Chennai, there. And a question from Richard. What are the immediate consequences of maintaining the status quo? And then I'll just take a question from Xavier, who's in our audience after that one.
Perhaps
Xavier, if you let me get the mic across to you. I'll find you there.
Thank you very much for that great set of panelists. So my question really is a connection between moving from these proposed solutions and the political will. Like, what will it take? Because we've seen a number of agreements on the continent. It takes so much time for countries to agree on anything. We have the free trade continental area, we have the Africa payment system. So we have all these Pan-African proposals that are needed to anchor some of the solution. But if you imagine our different political contexts in our countries, what will it take? What kind of political will? And what's a pathway to getting leaders actually to begin to do these steps? What's your respective vision of, in practice, of how we move to tie the different pieces?
Great, thank you, Xavier, for that question. Thank you, Chennai, for your comment, and also for the question that came around the cost of maintaining the status quo. I'm just going to check and request if there's any more questions in the room. I'm going to take those now because we are running behind time. I see 3 hands, 4 hands. All right. So if you could help me, Tony, so we can capture these questions.
Okay.
Panelists, please listen, and please tell us who you're directing your question to as well.
Thank you, Rumbi, and great conversation. Thank you, Rumbi, great conversations. Okay, I'm being asked to stand up here. I actually can do this without a mic from our trade union background, so don't worry about me. Okay, so thank you very much, colleagues who spoke, and maybe question to Comrade Charles, Brother Charles there. A lot of what we are lending on, people have critiqued systems and so on, but we haven't spoken about the role of the state today. In your view, what would you prescribe as the most important role of the state today? And could we be a little bit more direct? Because this concept of political will is a nebulous concept, which doesn't mean much. But what could be the role of the state today to address this and carry this forward? Thank you.
Good morning, Garrett Webster. From a diaspora angle, wanted to understand how best do we mobilize the diaspora. We talked about public sector and the role, but private sector and citizens actually move a lot faster than public sector does. And really, public sector is supposed to be an enabling force and really live for the will of the people and the citizens and also the businesses. So how do we I guess consolidate the diaspora? Well, first let them know what the challenges are, what we're working towards, and then create facility to unlock the resources, expertise that's there in targeted interventions.
Thank you. I think there's another hand. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Africa, I work with Christian Aid. A question to either of the panelists. Do you feel that the African financial institutions, the banking institutions, are fit for purpose when it comes to the whole discourse on rethinking debt sustainability? What do you think are the necessary reforms that might be envisaged in these financial institutions, African institutions, to be able to create a more progressive and fit for purpose financing architecture? Thank you.
Thank you. Jagan, I see you and recognize you, my colleague. Tony, I think we'll need the mic, please. You could.
Okay. At this age, I can't run.
We have colleagues online, so you need the mic. Yes.
No, thank you very much. My name is Jagan Gray Johnson. I'm with the Open Society Foundation. So just 2 questions, and it's really piggybacking on Deborah's question on the practical aspects of the role of the state. And this is for Charles and also for Nongosila. To please give us just the experience of, interestingly enough, 2 countries that have just basically witnessed 2 new administrations. One in the name of His Excellency John Mahama, who's taking a second stab at the presidency, and this is his last term. And debt was a priority for him. So it'll be good just to hear how that's going thus far. And then secondly, for Nongosila, I'd like to say, for the slightly different from Ghana, given the sense that it's a generational shift that we're also seeing, both in Jomai Faye and also Usman Sonko. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Tony, do we have any more questions online, or can we close it now? Okay, super. So panelists, I'm going to ask you to respond to the questions. And as you do that, also perhaps give your closing remarks as well. So Charles, maybe I'll come to you first. There were some questions there about the role of the state. Perhaps you could speak to that and anything else that was also put in your direction.
Okay. Let me speak about the role of the state and sort of link it a little bit to the questions associated with political will and the reform of domestic financial systems, and then conclude with some observations about Ghana and the political conditions for transformative growth. Okay. The one African leader that made an effort in more recent times to formulate a progressive role of the state, for me, was the late Meles Zenawi of Ethiopia. He sought to formulate the role of the state as struggling to square two brackets: development and democracy. The democratic developmental state. An attempt to address the role of the state beyond our experience of the East Asian miracle, which is often criticized as having used authoritarian political systems as a means of unlocking economic vibrance. But a developmental state, so it was Meles that reintroduced the conversation about developmental states in the African Union. After Meles died, the question of developmental state in the African Union and its role has also died as a conversation and a narrative. But the idea there is that countries at an early stage of development have the state as the most important instrument for development. One is, and that squares into our earlier discussion, an understanding of how resources are mobilized beyond taxation. So the mobilization of domestic resources for development must be seen as the mobilization of real resources. That brings us back to the question of ownership and control of natural resources that Leons and Dukumana was talking about. But it's also a recognition of the importance of creative ways of mobilizing the most important resource, which is human resources. And thirdly, the role of the state in injecting finance to connect the two. And that's that brings us back to the role of credit creation in an economy, including the role of the central bank in the creation of money and credit. Disconnecting it a little bit from the dependence on foreign borrowing. A developmental state must connect these dots. That a recognition that there's abundance of real resources, and that's the reality of Africa. That has to be mobilized. That the state has a critical role in injecting finance and stimulating the financial conditions into the real sector, turning the real resources into a productive capacity. But it must also do so in a developmental way. In Melis's conception of what, in a democratic way, Melis's conception of what democratic means is who are the popular forces mobilized in the economy and the distribution of the benefits of economic growth, which means bottom up. Your most important resources are in agriculture, your people. Your most important resources are your youth in urban areas. And your most important resources in many of our countries are some of the mineral resources that can be a source of transformative change. Not just precious minerals, but also industrial minerals. A long way of trying to explain what the role of the state in Africa should be. It should not be looking outside for finance. It should create the conditions for raising the resources domestically. It should expand the productive capacity, mobilizing the resources that it has, both real and finance. And in that way, it reduces the current account problems. It's exporting, and it's reducing, and it is producing the import substitutes. That means it's feeding itself. It's addressing the energy questions, two of the most important sources of our trade imbalance. It's a long way of trying to answer your question, but we have to return to the conversation of a developmental state. Otherwise, we are stuck in the question of resources about taxation. Taxation and the expansion of the tax net is another way of impoverishing small businesses. When an economy is taxation, as understood, is not the most important way of injecting resources. It's a way of controlling inflation. That is the narrative that Ndongo was trying to make. Just touching on Ghana in this current condition. So Ghana inherited, Mahama inherited an economy that had gone into default. Where is that default to? To the Eurobond market. In less than 10 years, we had gone to the Eurobond market 20 times. Our debt problem was a Eurobond debt. It was relatively cheap, cheaper than domestic interest, but as after COVID, the US started to address inflation, it was now more possible to borrow from those Eurobond sources to recycle the debt. And therefore, it accumulated and we defaulted. This also created a serious problems with our exchange rate and a serious problem with domestic inflation. So when Mahama came in, we had a simple, those of us involved in it, simple resolution how we break this problem. One is, use the central bank to mop up the gold, because it also coincided with a massive expansion in the production of gold at a period in which gold prices were rising. So why did Ghana default? Why did Ghana even need to go and borrow? So that's how we've addressed the problem. We use the central bank, set up a gold board, mop up the gold, increase the reserves, sell some of it, pay off a lot of that debt. And now our internal debate is this another way of saying we have now improved the debt GDP ratio to go back to the private capital market? That's our domestic debate. For some of us, we say, wean yourself out of it. You don't need it. Manage the gold sector well, manage your natural resources well, increase public ownership of the gold sector. Not just, as somebody has said, concessions, royalties, taxes. So that's the debate we are having at the moment. But of course, there's also a political process, which is how does Ghana restate its role in West Africa in a context in which we have revolts in the Sahel. But those revolts as a reflection of the failure of liberal democracy, as well as, and that failure reflecting the dominance of friends historically in these countries that are also natural resource rich and are perpetually poor. So Ghana must learn from that and be part of understanding those complexities of democratic processes and people's real conditions. But also how you communicate that in a Pan-African context, but also in a global African context, which is the diaspora issue. So the diaspora issue is not simply how we open up spaces for diaspora to inject technical assistance and investment. It is to be part of a global African movement that works for collective justice.
Great, thank you, Charles, for those remarks. I was going to just remind the other panelists to please speak to the banking institutions. I think there was a question as to whether they're fit for purpose. Perhaps Ndongo will look into that. There was a question around what is the cost of maintaining the status quo. I think that will be good. And then maybe if someone else wants to also speak into how do we mobilize the diaspora as well. But I'll come to you, Austin, since you're here. And then Ndongo and Fumni, if you can be on standby, please.
Thanks, Rumbi. Yeah, on the immediate consequences of maintaining the status quo, I think it's very simple. You'll be borrowing to service interest on borrowing. That's the status quo. So we have to do something now. And we can only do it collectively as a continent and not as individual countries. So there's got to be a very big input from the African Union, which brings me again to the question on Pan-African position on debt and the African Union 2063 agenda. So far, we have not really achieved much. Apart from the African Continental Free Trade Area, which in itself is not really functional yet, we are yet to realize the commitments that were made in the year 2013 on the launch of the African Agenda 2063. And again, it's a question of, it's a question of how serious we are at what we do as a continent. If you look at the African Union, our mother body, right now the biggest financier of the African Union is the European Union. And within the European Union, you have GIZ, which is also very big in the African Union, meaning we cannot do anything independent of the other unions and the other regions across the world. So we have to be very serious about what we do. Africa's own resources are there, but we fail to use Africa's resources. We're using other continents' resources. And that jeopardizes our abilities to make independent decisions on the funding of others. And I'll tell you one thing. Charles mentioned the Mbeki report. We had a project that we had with the Mbeki report that we wanted to finance. We wanted to fund a project to assess the illicit financial flows flowing out of the continent. And the total amount of that project was about 21 million. And you know what? Our entire continent went to Norway to seek support for that 21 million to stem the outflow of 80 billion plus. So we are not really getting there yet. And we need to be introspecting, and start saying, okay, the idea of my brother, my sister, yes, it's there, it's nice, it's African, but we have to be very serious about what we do. So for me, Pan-African positions can be only strengthened if we can introspect and look within ourselves with our own resources and start creating our solutions. On the issue of diaspora mobilization, I have only one small example to give. I think Charles gave the example of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is really shot up as a result of the mobilization of the diaspora. But there's got to be a driver. And the driver for me is, say for instance, let's say Rwanda in 2012 faced global condemnation for the war in the DRC, and all development assistance was closed and shut out. What Rwanda did was to develop a fund that mobilized resources from the diaspora as well as from the local market, and they called it the Dignity Fund. That was a driving force to bring in as much resources as they could to cushion the impact of the curtailing of financial support to the country. And that fund is still in existence. It's the development fund now, and it's channeling specific programs in government in terms of poverty reduction and so on. With regards to financial institutions, I think I know for a fact that we have mismatch between what Africa needs and the financing architecture that we have currently. We've more or less transplanted financial institutions from Europe and elsewhere, and with the same formula, put them into Africa and say, okay, can you operate in Africa? The risk structures are different. The way we manage risk and the way we actually manage trust, actually, is different. So in Africa, we are inherently risky. And that's why even at the national level, the first thing that comes to mind is give them money, it's down the drain, right? So I guess we will have to look at that, and I think my colleagues on the panel will be better able to look at how to customize financial institutions to be fit for purpose for the role that they're supposed to play in the development of the continent. I'll stop here, thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Austin, for that. Let's go back online. Perhaps Fumni will come to you first. If you could just come in and respond to some questions and also give us your closing remarks.
Thank you. Let me see how to do that very briefly, because there are only 2 or 3 things I want to pick up from the questions. I think Charles and Austin have already done justice to quite a number of the technical questions around financial institutions, around some aspects of the state. I think very simply the cost of maintaining the status quo is really a deepened crisis in Africa, a deepened crisis of the state, and a non-sustainable development environment for the future. I don't think there's any other way but to think about alternatives. Now, the question I really would want to offer a very brief response to has to do, and I think we've heard some of it, what will it take African leaders or states to work together? That's the point. In my view, and if there's any conclusion I want to leave us with, is that there's a tendency for us to go, into structured, closed conversations and, speak within the silos that we have been created, work within the silos that have been created for us. As you've just heard, those silos were supplanted, were really brought and imposed on the environment. I don't think we can talk about African agency without collective agency, period. If we can't, and it's not about 54 or 55 states working together about the same time, it's about the intentionality of doing that expressed in a collective of 6 to 10 states. We saw that more than maybe about a quarter of a century ago, almost, when you had the peer review mechanism. There will always be a small number of states with the motivation to do that. I think, let me leave us on the thought that we can't talk about states in the real sense. We can talk about governments, and we can talk about governments and their leaders. Real states in the sense that I think even Charles is hoping that we can have that construction do not really exist that much in Africa or elsewhere, in a lot of cases. And I don't want us to keep romanticizing the question of the state. That's the crisis that we face, that we have leadership infrastructures that are so hollow because we see the engine rooms, we see the hardware. The real software is in the relationship between those leaders and their people, and it's almost non-existent in the vast majority of cases. Unless and until we release the creative potential and mobilize the energies of African peoples collectively within the so-called states and outside of it, and those leaders act collectively on behalf of the continent, I think we will continue to lag behind. And I'm not a pessimist by nature. I think the biggest gift that Africa has in terms of resources is its people. They cannot pay taxes, they cannot be excited about their countries, their continent, or even their town if they do not have a fighting chance to contribute to its economy, to receive the amount of education that allows them to get the kind of jobs or create jobs and pay the taxes to contribute to those economies. So we live in a vicious cycle, and it's up to us, not to outsiders, to break that cycle. If we maintain the status quo, the cycle will be broken, by outsiders, and it will create a deeply violent environment. And we need to avoid that. We have what it takes to avoid it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, leaving us with that call to action. Ndongo, let's come to you, please.
Okay. Thank you. About the banking system, I would say that generally the banking systems in African countries are generally not fit for purpose. They are often foreign controlled. I could give the example of Senegal and generally the countries in Francophone Africa using the CFA franc. In Senegal, until 2019, for example, more than 90% of all bank assets were controlled by foreign banks. So foreign banks, generally, they will not finance, the SMEs, etc. And you could compare that number with what you could see, for example, in the UK, because in the UK, you have a big financial, center, the city. And yet in the UK, which is a really open, financially open country, less than 20% of all bank assets were controlled by foreign banks. When I did the calculation some years ago with other colleagues. So you see that our countries are extremely open. And when you have, extroverted banking system, you also have extroverted economies, because the banking system will just accommodate the needs of, foreign companies, etc. That's what had been happening in many African countries, and the banks have not been financing the SMEs, and the SMEs are the main, sources of job creation. So that means that we need to have a different form of banking and insist more on state banking. About Senegal, Senegal is now in a situation of debt crisis. And this debt crisis for me was an inevitable outcome. There was a period when we were talking about Africa rising because we had hard rate of economic growth, etc. During that period, we had a commodity boom and many African countries issued Eurobonds and thinking that this would continue. And in my country, I used to write a lot saying that, this debt trajectory is not sustainable, because what the government has been doing was that they took Eurobonds, that means bonds denominated in foreign currency, and they invested that in infrastructure projects. The infrastructure might be good or not for society, they might be profitable or not, but the thing is they only generated domestic currency. And you could not use that domestic currency to service, foreign loans. And that's what explained that, between a period of 10 years, let's say 2010 to 2020, the ratio between the debt service and the export income increased a lot by a factor of 4, for example, you see. So that means that, the debt structure was not sustainable at all. And on top of that, we found that there were hidden debts. That means debts that were not approved by the parliament. This happened in Mozambique in 2016. And this compounded, all of our problems. Now the issue is, what should we do with that debt? There are many people saying, the debt could be sustainable, we could pay it, etc. Others say, we have to restructure it. But some people think, we saw that in Ghana, we saw that in Zambia, it did not work that well. And my position is that this debt could not be paid. When I say it could not be paid, the only way to pay it is to damage, the country's economic prospects, medium run and long run. But that's another debate. But I think the point raised by Funmi is really important, to have a kind of debtor cartel, or at least a strategy for collective debt repudiation, or at least collective debt negotiation, which is something really important. We have been talking in this panel about the net creditor. We have not defined what is net creditor. I think it's important to have some grasp of what is net creditor. I think there are 3 senses in which we could talk about net creditor, Africa's net creditor. The first one is the current account sense, in the sense that you have trade surpluses, regular trade surpluses, etc., and ultimately external surpluses. That's not the case of the majority of African countries. When I checked the data, between 1980 and 2023, it's a period of 44 years. Half of the 54 sovereign African countries recorded less than 5 years of current account surplus. That the majority of African countries, are deficit countries. There are only 10 countries who recorded current account surplus for at least half the period. It's countries like Botswana, Gabon, and Nigeria. That means resource-rich African countries. The second sense in which we could talk about being a net creditor is that you are financing, other economies, etc. So foreign direct investment and so granting loans. Africa is not a net creditor in this sense, in a capital account sense. But there's a third one, and I think this is the third one that people use, the counterfactual concept of creditor. If we had more control over our natural resources, we would be a net creditor. If we were to receive reparations for climate injustice, for slavery, for colonialism, for neocolonialism, etc., we would be a net creditor. I think it's important to distinguish these three acceptions of being a net creditor. And last but not least, some quick points. We have to make a distinction, as Charles said, between domestic currency debt and debt denominated in foreign currency. These are two different things. Debt in your own currency is not technically a debt. Maybe we could have another debate. It's a way of managing your liquidity, in your banking system, and also, creating net financial wealth for your private sector. No African country issuing its own currency could lack its own currency. So that means that there is no financing conference when you have your own currency and you have your own, public banking system. Because the question has not to be how should we finance this or that, but how could we resource the projects we have for our economic development. If you want to build schools, you have to build infrastructure as infrastructure, and you have all the engineers, you have the lands, you have the equipment. You need no dollar from abroad to finance that, because your domestic banking system could accommodate that. So whatever you could do yourself, you could finance yourself. Taxes are important, but we have to acknowledge that they redistribute existing wealth. So taxes could not increase existing wealth, they redistribute it. So the goal is to increase the wealth, and you increase the wealth by putting money, newly created money creation in the sectors that will, boost your long-term economic development. But we have to make a distinction between taxation in activities, sectors that only generate domestic currency, and taxation in sectors, that drain, your foreign exchange reserves. Because taxing those sectors is really critical for our own economic development, because it means that it increases our capacity to finance our imports with less need to issue foreign exchange denominated debt. It also strengthens the exchange rate of our currencies. So all of these issues about illicit financial flows, extra, how to have more control, they are really, really critical. If we fix that, I would say we have fixed maybe 80% of the African debt problem. And we need to have adequate credit policies within an overarching framework of industrial policy. You could not have any form of genuine economic and lasting economic development if there is no government control over the credit system. We need credit guidance. If you don't have credit guidance, you cannot have economic development. And all of these things are under our control, and we have not been using that. So if you want to really be serious, we have to start by those things. We could not ask reform of the international finance system while you are not doing much effort to control your own instruments of economic development. Thank you very much.
Great. Colleagues, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much to my panelists today that have really, I think, unlocked this conversation for us going forward for the rest of the day. I think what we've learned and what we've heard is Africa's creditor status is not just a statistics. It's actually a call for a new narrative, for new rules, for us to also have more agency when we talk about debt and debt sustainability. I think the question I'll just leave with you today is, will Africa continue to legitimize this unjust system that we've been hearing about today? Or is it time for us to design our own debt governance model and drive it from our perspective? With that, we'll stop there and hand over back to Tony. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Rumbi, and your panelists, Professor Fumi, who is the Vice Principal International and Professor of Security, Leadership and Development at King's College in London, Dr. Ndongo Samba Sila, Head of Research and Policy for Africa Region at the Ideas Network, Mr. Austin Chulu joined us as well, Senior Economic Advisor and G20 Advisor, United Nations, and Dr. Charles Bugre, Executive Director, International Development, Economic Associates Limited Ideas Network. Ladies and gentlemen, in the auditorium, we'll take a quick break after we'll have a tea break in a short while, but before that, we've got another panel discussion, and we'll also encourage questions from our audience here and also our audience online. We know there are people watching us on YouTube as well as on our not on Teams but on Zoom as well. So our second panel discussion is shifting the subject matter is shifting the narrative, breaking the vicious cycle, economic sovereignty and structural solutions to Africa's debt crisis. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Theophilus Yong Yungong. He's the Interim Executive Director, African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. If I may ask the doctor to please come up. You can see him coming through. And our panelists joining us here is Mrs. Mwila Daka. And she's the technical lead on FfFD4, Counselor for Economic Affairs, Permanent Mission of Zambia to the United Nations. If you may please join us. Thank you, ma'am. And we've got virtually is Dr. Fadel Kabob. He's the Associate Professor of Economics at Denison University, President, Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity. He'll be joining us online shortly. And our third panelist who's here with us is Professor Fiona Tregena, South African Research Chair in Industrial Development and Professor of Economics at the University of Johannesburg. Yep, we do have Dr. Fadel Kabob also there joining us online. So remember, we'll ask for your questions a little bit later on, and everybody watching us online, please contribute as well. If I may then hand it over to you, Dr. Theophilus.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. It's a pleasure to be with everyone here today morning for this very important session on shifting the narrative, the vicious cycle, on Africa's economic and structural transformation to Africa's debt crisis. I've been told that I have just an hour. We were supposed to run for over 75 minutes. So what we'll do is to just take one round of questions, and then we go to the floor and to the virtual platform, and then get back to the panels, to the panelists, then to see if we have enough time for more follow-up questions. So it is my pleasure to welcome you to this important conversation. And we all know that for decades, the debt story too often in Africa has been reduced to the symptoms, to the figures, and less so to the structural transformation that is required, to the issues of commodity dependence, in which African countries have been stuck for several decades since independence, less so to the unequal global financial architecture, issues of domestic policy constraints, which together create this cycle where countries, are bound to borrow and are not also get enough fiscal space for them to be able to go for the structural transformation that they require, to stay afloat and above issues of unsustainable debt burdens. So today's session is going to challenge this existing context, and then it's not simply how much Africa can borrow, but also how and why the debts keeps recurring, and how to manage this crisis. Not just managing this crisis, but also breaking free, of this crisis. So We have a panel that brings together distinguished thinkers and practitioners who have worked at the heart of global negotiations, structural economic issues, structural reforms, and indeed industrial policy. Since we don't have much time, what I'll do is to take us straight into the questions, and then, like I said, we'll get a round of questions from both the virtual platform and, of course, with the floor. So I'll start with Ms. Muela Daka, who is actually the technical lead. I don't want to introduce them because we already had that. But the most important question I will want to ask is, since morning we have heard of the difficult situation in which African countries find themselves, and a lot of this is related to the global financial architecture, and we have heard of the reforms. It seems everyone agrees on the need for reforms, but we don't actually seem to agree on what kind of reforms. So in your view, how do you what are the specific things that you think African countries should focus on in terms of this reform agenda of the global financial architecture, beyond just the prescriptive recommendations that we have heard, regarding the overall global financial architecture reforms?
Okay. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for having me here. And this is a very critical topic. Maybe just to start with, I will say that I remember once sitting in a panel in some event in Washington, D.C., where we were talking about the reform of the international financial architecture, and there were different voices in there, and basically saying, having a narrative like the Global South seems to be, seem to appear entitled to certain benefits and reforms, whereas we are not reforming ourselves, and so there's this fatigue from the global north, and that sort of narrative. And I want to start from there. I think from the beginning of this conversation, we have talked about how African leaders, governments have made commitments to basically advance certain voices on the global stage, but also recognize the need to undertake reforms at the national level. So to begin, perhaps from the domestic level, Africa taking leadership in this whole debt narrative and in its own debt systems at national level. So there are certain things we need to do at domestic level. For instance, strengthening our debt management frameworks so that we manage a scenario of not getting into unsustainable debt. Strengthening domestic resource mobilization capacities, because obviously when we generate more resources, ideally we should not require more debt, so that needs to be strengthened, but also effective public investment management systems that are going to then inform the need for external financing, but also direct it to those areas that are catalytic to the structural transformation of Africa, very important, and then sound public financial management. So those are the critical things that need to be done, and for Africa to therefore do that, we need to invest in institutional capacity building at national levels. But coming to the global stage, yes, I think Africa needs to continue advancing a strong voice for these reforms, and I think that position has been clearly articulated in the African position and in the outcome document on financing for development, where there is need to address the cost of capital. The risk rating of Africa, the perception of Africa's risk, and the Africa risk premium is something that obviously we need to keep on advocating for a reform in that regard, in the review of the credit rating methodologies, so that Africa is priced correctly. And I was reflecting on a recent quote that the Secretary General published in an UNECA report, saying that actually, if you look at debt default on African loans on infrastructure and compare with other regions, Africa has not defaulted to that extent, comparatively. So we need to just continue advocating for the change of the narrative, as well as addressing the cost of finance. Of course, the need for more, and we talked about it as well, concessional financing for infrastructure development, long-term financing, that is going to help ultimately boost Africa's capacity if it is directed in the right way. But, and I'm speaking broadly from the voices that are coming from the global stage at the United Nations, where we're negotiating, or we were facilitating the negotiation of the outcome document of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. And some of the voices that were coming out very strongly in that space, which is something that Africa needs to continue advocating for, is faster treatment, faster resolution of debt in restructuring processes, inclusive creditor coordination. We have a wide range of creditors now, not just Paris Club members, but also enhanced borrower coordination, which is one of the emerging developments now, that borrower countries need to be well coordinated, share experiences and exchange information to basically contribute to long-term debt sustainability. And of course, the issue of debt sustainability frameworks has been raised as well as one of the issues that needs to be looked at, so that they take into account a longer frame, and they take into account the need to respond to issues of climate and actual development prospects. So those are some of the key things that we should continue having Africa advocate for at the global stage, while taking its own commitments at national level to strengthen frameworks and manage the contraction of debt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mila, for that, for looking at the global financial architecture, the need for both external and internal reforms. I think I'll come back to that. But let me go to Dr. Fadel Kaboub, who is online, who is on Zoom. It has been argued, Doctor, welcome to start with. It has been argued that the debt crisis in Africa is not just a financial issue, but it's also stemming from the structural challenges faced by the continent, especially when it comes to issues of dependency, production deficits, and external vulnerabilities. Maybe you will assist us to unpack these issues, regarding this structural viewpoint, to the recurrent debt crisis in African countries.
Absolutely. Good morning, and thank you for having me. I'll go straight to the subject matter, and I'll say that external debt, from an African perspective, is a symptom of deeper structural issues that can be summarized in 3 major structural deficiencies. And these are really the sources of external debt that we need to tackle at the root of the problem. Number 1, it's food deficits. Number 2, it's energy deficits. And number 3, it's manufacturing value-added deficits. Let me explain each briefly. When I say food deficits, according to UNCTAD, the latest report from UNCTAD, Africa imports 85% of its food, when less than 100 years ago, during colonial times, we used to be the breadbasket for colonial powers. That's not by accident. That is a system design. That is right after independence. Heavy agricultural subsidies in the global north, the European Common Agricultural Policy, and which is a basic pillar of the European Union to this day, agricultural subsidies in the US and Canada and Japan and the former Soviet Union, especially Russia and the Ukraine, obviously today dominate, essentially subsidize the production of core food items, wheat, corn, soybean, rice, barley, and so on, and forced our farmers out of business in those areas, and forced us to specialize in producing cash crop for exports. That is coffee and tea and tobacco and cacao and leafy greens and so on, the complementary or supplementary food items. So the concept of food security was invented at the time precisely to produce food insecurity and food dependency in Africa and the rest of the global south. So that is the first structural deficiency. And think of it this way, every metric ton of wheat, of corn we produce at home saves us the equivalent of dollars we have to borrow today and interest we have to pay on loans for that, for food imports for decades sometimes. The second structural deficiency, the energy deficiency. And here I include our biggest oil exporters and the old energy system that we're trying to replace, the fossil fuel energy system. Think of Nigeria, think of Angola. These are countries that export crude oil and then import the gasoline, the kerosene, and the refined petrochemicals at much higher prices, of course. So think of Nigeria up until a year ago, before the Dangote refinery opened, Nigeria imported 100% of its gasoline from abroad. Angola today imports 85% of its fuel from abroad. And that is the old energy system in which, by design, we've always been denied access to the technology to look for oil, the technology to drill for oil, the technology to refine oil. Similarly, today, we're still being denied access to the financing to transition to green energy infrastructure, and we're denied access to the manufacturing technology to use our own green minerals to manufacture and deploy the renewable energy infrastructure, which is our biggest potential to make Africa a renewable energy powerhouse. And that is not by accident, that is by design. And then finally, the third structural deficiency. And on the energy front, by the way, think of it this way. Every green kilowatt hour we produce on the continent saves us the equivalent of dollars that we have to borrow today to import fuel and interest we have to pay for decades. So that is one way to escape the debt trap. And coincidentally, when we talk about these solutions on the agricultural front, on the renewable energy front, these are climate solutions, these are climate adaptation solutions, but they're structural solutions to the problem of the debt. So it's a win-win on both fronts for us. It's not development or climate, it's climate and development. That is the structural transformation that we're fighting for. And then finally, the kind of manufacturing base that we were allowed to have on the continent. And I'm using my words very carefully. Allowed to have on the continent is the kind where we have to import the machines, we have to import the fuel to run our factories, we have to import the intermediate components to be assembled with low-cost labor, and we even import the packaging. So we end up with a manufacturing base that exports low value-added content, and what we import is high value-added content. So we can double, triple, or even quadruple our exports with free trade agreements and partnerships and all of that. But effectively, we're still locked at the bottom of the value chain. We're still in a deficient situation. So now take these three structural deficits: food, fuel, and manufacturing. And there are other deficits, of course, other deficiencies, but these are fundamental. And we end up with a structural trade deficit year after year, decade after decade. And as you all know, structural trade deficit means the value of your currency becomes weaker relative to the dollar, relative to the euro. And now with the weaker African currency, anything we import the next day, food, fuel, or medicine, we import it at a higher price. So we literally import inflation in the most sensitive areas of our economy. And that is what forces our governments to intervene with these band-aid solutions, to subsidize food, to subsidize fuel, to subsidize health services as much as possible, to protect the most vulnerable people. But it's a band-aid solution. And the second thing we do is we ask our central bankers to stabilize the exchange rate, to defend the exchange rate. How do they do it? By borrowing more dollars and feeding into the debt trap. And now that we have accumulated this massive external debt, it's the lenders who get to dictate our economic priorities. The lenders want to be paid back in dollars, so they want us to prioritize economic activity that will generate dollars as quickly as possible. That's the extractive industries. That's cash crop for exports, not core crops for our own food security. And that is manufacturing consumer products at low cost to be assembled in Africa for consumers abroad, which means their priority is to have us completely neglect the building blocks of development and prosperity that we need on the continent. And these are the structural traps that have colonial roots, post-colonial roots, and that's why we always say we cannot transform the continent without structural decolonization, decolonizing these economic structures. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for unpacking that and for highlighting some. You said only some of the structural weaknesses, which amounts to how Africa has been integrated in the global economy, in the global financial system, based on commodity dependence, on importing inflation, weak currencies, and debt management, based on foreign currencies in terms of issues of debt service, and the need to decolonize that. And I think it gives us the grounds to hear from Professor Fiona Tregena in terms of the kind of solutions that African countries should be going for. And part of the structural problems that Professor Fadel just highlighted, some people have actually attributed this to the weak coordination among African countries, issues of weak regional integration, and then this also weakens Africa's bargaining power, when it comes to issues of global financial architecture reforms, in terms of how Africa can actually have itself, face the challenge, within the system. So in your view, what do you think should actually be done in terms of that coordination that is actually lacking, and that also is a stumbling block to actually dealing with the global financial system?
Thanks, Theo. Good morning to those here in the room and to those online, including to our fellow panelist, Fadel, with a great selection of books showing in his background. I really like the framing of this panel, shifting the narrative, breaking the vicious cycle, economic sovereignty and structural solutions to Africa's debt crisis. Because I think it's putting to the fore this link between debt as a constraint and growth and structural transformation, and the kind of the vicious cycle between these, where debt can really be that burden that constrains African economies, especially highly indebted ones, from growing, from industrializing and so on, the very things that are needed not only to get out of the debt, but to not need to borrow. And also what I like in the framing of this is the link of this to sovereignty. Because it's not just about the numbers and the balance sheets and the calculations of how much is spent on interest versus education and so on, as fundamental as those are, but it's also about national sovereignty. I think for me this also connects with broader narratives around Africa's growth and development. I think in recent years there's been this deliberate shifting away from the narrative of victimhood and so on. This argument that maybe Africa rising is a bit passé now, but the idea of the opportunities, Africa's a partner, and so on, not just as a need. I think that's a welcome narrative shift, but it also shouldn't cloud the fact that there are global structural constraints. So it's all very well to say, yes, we must take things in our own hands and so on, absolutely, but that shouldn't also obfuscate the fact that there are these global structural constraints, and that whatever is done domestically also has to confront those. So I guess for me, looking at the kind of the domestic and the international, it's really a dialectic between them, if I can put it in those terms. Domestic politics, domestic political economy, domestic economic policy choices influence the nature of the articulation with the global economic architecture and vice versa. This also connects with the issues of sovereignty, which I mentioned earlier. Having the policy space, whether it be on industrial policy, trade policy, macroeconomic policy, and so on. The policy space for governments to take those measures that are needed. And that obviously links with debt, because indebtedness inherently constrains that kind of policy space. Debt also links with the issues of the global financial architecture. So obviously it's not only about debt, it's about space for measures to regulate capital flows, both illicit and otherwise. It's about the space to use procurement policy to stimulate domestic industry. It's about the space to regulate the domestic financial sector and so on. And connecting this with the global financial architecture, it's the structure of the international financial institutions, it's global tax regulations, and so on. So yes, debt is fundamental, but there are broader issues of the global financial architecture. I wanted to pick up on I think the third of the issues which Fadel had raised around, I guess, productive economic structure. You raised it also specifically in terms of manufacturing value added, really the degree of industrialization. And I think this links with long-standing debates and the push for diversification in the productive structure of African economies, shifting away from resource dependence, moving up global value chains, and so on. And connecting that with debt. Debt can be both a constraint on doing that, and conversely, if we were able to advance that kind of transformation in the domestic productive structure, there will be less of a need for borrowing. In terms of borrowing, it's not just, okay, it's how much is borrowed, it's whom it's borrowed from and in what denomination, and that was explored quite thoroughly in the last panel discussion, whether it's domestic or foreign denominated and so on. It's also what it's used for. If borrowing is used productively in ways that generate sustainable and inclusive economic growth, that's very different from spending borrowed money on white elephants and so on. And when I'm talking about using it productively, I'm not only talking about infrastructure, as important as that is, because sometimes I think we have this dichotomy, a false dichotomy, between kind of capital and current expenditure, that yes, if there's infrastructure, there's a bridge or something you can see, that's good. If it's spent on public servants, including teachers and nurses and so on, it's kind of a waste. But that's also investment. It's an investment in productive capabilities. It's an investment in the future. So the denomination matters, where it comes from matters and so on, but the use of that, of those borrowings, is also obviously absolutely fundamental. Let me leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you, Professor Fiona. I think you have also followed in the shoes of Mila, who actually brought the responsibility back to African governments, not just looking at it externally in terms of a global financial architecture, but also the needs for domestic reforms, domestic policy choices, as you said. And I'll just touch on this very quickly with Mila in terms of the general explanation that we've had thus far. You know, in as much as there is responsibility at the country levels, the global financial architecture, you would have listened, the historical foundation of this system and the need for reforms, and how do you see Africa's challenges, being genuinely considered, right? In as much as African governments have to take the responsibility. In your assessment, how do you genuinely see African leaders, their considerations taking from a Lomé declaration, the Borrowers Club, the overall call for reforms? How do you see this being genuinely integrated, in the global financial architecture reforms, and what does it really take to get that?
Thank you so much. Another very, very important question. And yes, just to begin by, it obviously starts with ourselves, having that clear position and a clear voice, which I think we have done. We have established that. I think in the recent past, we have seen a lot, and I'm not saying a lot has been done, but a lot more needs to be done. But like most recently, there's been a narrative that if we are going to, we cannot think about a future without thinking about Africa, because Africa has a significant role to play. So it is not in anyone's favor not to consider the views, the calls for Africa, not just on the reform of the international financial architecture, but broadly when we talk about global and sustainable development, so that Africa is not left behind. How genuinely these views are considered, I will give just the most recent outcome on the Sevilla commitment, where we had the Africa group raise a strong voice, anchored on the Africa common position, but also member states just raising that voice on certain key asks in the area of debt and in the reform of the international financial architecture. If you see the outcome document, which is the starting point in our view, because that is not the end, that is the beginning, right? You see that, yes, there's been a recognition on certain key asks that came from Africa, for instance, on rechanneling of special drawing rights to MDBs so that we can have concessional financing, longer term financing. We have seen the proposal that came from, and Africa basically raised a strong voice in the area of debt. It was one of the, it was practically the only group that had a strong voice in the area of debt. And what you see coming out is not everything that was, of course, asked for, but it provided, for instance, for the borrowers platform. It provided for issues of an eventual process towards essentially getting to a convention. That was one of the things that Africa was asking for. So that is really just the starting point. For Africa to be genuinely considered, we need to advance a strong voice going forward. And what it is going to take is going to be a strategy. Because having a position is one thing, but how do we take that position forward, I think, is more fundamental. In the different platforms where Africa is engaging with different partners, how are we advancing that voice? How consistent are we? How loud is that voice coming from all angles so that we see this change in the different institutions, in the international financial institutions, in global economic governance, and indeed in the debt architecture? So I think broadly speaking, yes, we have a clear position, and yes, there is recognition. I think we have seen that when Africa makes a strong push, even against all odds, things can move. A good example is the ongoing process in Nairobi now on the tax convention. When the conversation started, there was a strong push for Africa, and practically everyone else was saying, no, this can't be done, you know. But look at where we are now. Africans were able to push a resolution, and everyone has just, you know, I'm not saying the process is going to be smooth, but it has shown that once we have that strategy and a strong push, we can get, you know, these deliverables that we want for Africa. So we need to actualize our, of course, we talked about the domestic reforms so that we are demonstrating the ownership in terms of how we're managing debt, in terms of how we are having an enabling environment at the national level. But we need to continue advocating for an enabling global, an enabling environment at the global level in the different structures where we operate, whether it's in the in the MDBs, in the Bretton Woods institutions, at the United Nations, and the different forums. So we need to make that voice, make it loud. And I think the direction we are heading, with the recognition that we cannot move, we cannot attain sustainable development if we leave Africa behind. We will potentially get there, but we really need to genuinely push and put ourselves on the agenda. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Mila. Tony just indicated that some questions online.
Yes, we have some questions online, Dr. Theo, and we've got a question from Laz from Nigeria, whose his first comment is African states are very poorly governed, sometimes by tribesmen who are still in a primitive accumulation mindset. Do your panels think anything can be achieved with such leaders at the helm of affairs? Bertio here from Mozambique, his question is, I would like to ask the panelists, to what extent innovative public debt structuring mechanisms such as debt swaps can be sustainable catalysts for debt sustainability? And the last one, just online, is coming from Dennis. Dennis says, wondering if any of the panelists can address the issue of how can we reform resource contracts. Just skip there, another question coming. How can we reform resource contracts or even beneficiation when the initial risks associated with exploration is almost exclusively borne by Western companies? So I think for the sake of time, we'll do those and maybe take one or two from the audience a little later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll start from Dr. Fadel regarding the poor governance, innovative debt procuring mechanisms, and reforming resource contracts. And I think just to add to that also, Dr. Fadel, you talked about structural transformation as well. I think it would also be good to hear from you, how can African countries actually bypass, the debt risk, to be able to get the structural transformation? The debt risk involved because they may have to borrow, right, to be able to finance such a transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with that question because not necessarily. Not every development strategy requires external borrowing, and I'll explain what I mean. So the three structural solutions, if you follow the structural deficiencies that I outlined earlier, are clearly three things. Number one, strategic investments in food sovereignty and agroecology. Number two, strategic investment in our biggest potential, which is renewable energy sovereignty and the energy mix that will actually unleash the full potential of the continent as an energy powerhouse. And number three, Pan-African joint industrial policies. And I insist on this being Pan-African joint industrial policies rather than national industrial policies, for a very simple economic reasons, which is you cannot industrialize without having economies of scale. And no country on the African continent can achieve economies of scale alone because our economies are too small. But on a regional scale or a continental scale, not only do we have the economies of scale needed for industrialization, but we also have the complementarity of resources and capabilities. We have all the strategic minerals that we need on the continent. We have the youngest labor force on the planet. What is missing for a joint industrial policy that is actually going to unleash our potential are two things. One of them touches on one of the questions of political leadership. Number one is political leadership at the highest level. Here I'm talking about heads of states and presidents, not diplomats and ministers, because with all due respect, ministers and diplomats don't have the political mandate to activate foreign policy, to activate regional policy coordination or geopolitical coordination, because this is a geopolitical thing. So that's one obstacle. And this is where our responsibility as academics, as civil society groups, as grassroots, is to push from below, to educate, to empower, to mobilize, so that we have the pressure from below, so that we do our homework and design co-design the blueprints of joint industrial policies on our terms, not to reproduce the structural inequities, not to throw frontline communities under the bus and so on. So that is our homework, our responsibility. The second missing piece of joint industrial policies, and this is where the financing comes in, is having the capacity to leverage our collective economic and geopolitical weight to invite partners who actually have the manufacturing technology to join in as a joint venture in-kind contributors to a joint venture industrial policy. Why? Because normally this is where we need the dollars. Normally we need to borrow dollars in order to import the manufacturing technology. And once you do that, you've completely lost control over your priorities, because now you have to prioritize exports in order to generate the dollars to pay back the loans. And that forces you to neglect the building blocks of development. Our industrial priority is to manufacture and deploy the energy system that we need, the clean cooking infrastructure that we need, the clean transportation system that we need to build the logistics of development and prosperity. That is to manufacture and deploy the building blocks that we actually need on the continent, rather than to manufacture for other regions to consume. So here is the geopolitical weight, and this is where heads of states coordination, political courage to think and act differently comes in. And if people are interested, I'm happy to share in the chat a link to a recent article that Ndongo and others have referred to, this idea of debtors coordination. And at the end of that article, I talk about, with my co-author, Andres Chiriboga, we talk about the geopolitical bargain of the century, which is how do we create this geopolitical leverage so we can escape the external debt trap and actually fuel and finance industrial development without having to get into a debt trap. And I'll put the link in the chat, an article published by the Institute for Economic Justice in South Africa, actually. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Fadel. And very quickly, maybe in just under 2 minutes, to each of the panelists regarding the issue of poor governance, because both of you touched on the issue of domestic policy reforms. I think it's important to look at that. And of course, in relation to issues of reforming the resource contracts, that African governments get from their investors.
Thanks. Let me quickly touch on two of those. So in terms of the first question, it was raised in terms of leadership, but I would rather look at it more broadly in terms of political economy and governance and so on, because I think leadership is obviously crucial, but it's one aspect of that. My view is that there's no way of running away from the state. We touched on this in the previous session as well. Yes, we can say the state is not enough and so on, but we can't give up on the state as an engine of development on the continent. Obviously, the picture is very heterogeneous across countries, across regions, and so on. Democracy and active democracy is about having the state that you want and having it do what is needed and so on. Let me also quickly touch on the question about resources, beneficiation, and so on. Even in economies on the continent where there are currently low levels of diversification and industrialization, there are always possibilities. And one of those routes is resource-based industrialization. It's not the only one, of course. It has its own limitations. But where there's very little to work on, that is always one of the routes to go. And it's really about beneficiation or value addition, moving up the value chain, and so on. Again, this comes back to governance. A private company will always do what's most profitable, whether it be to export in raw form or unprocessed form. So part of policy, and it's tax policy, it's industrial policy, and so on, is to change the incentive structure so that more of that value addition is happening domestically. Obviously, it varies a lot depending on the type of mineral, the weight versus value, and so on. And it also connects with the points raised by Fadel about a regional approach. Some of these things are not viable for a single economy. But if you look at it from a regional value chain perspective, those are viable, whether it be feeding into an auto industry, a chemical industry, or whatever. So this inherently links trade, industrialization, and regional integration, because I think these are inseparable on the continent.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe just picking up from there, first of all, I appreciate that naturally we get to the topic of structural transformation even when we're talking about debt, because I think that is essentially the core. Why we're talking about debt and what other issues that we have in Africa is because of the need to get that structural transformation. So yes, trade policies, tax policies, industrial policies are very, very critical in that regard. And when it comes to seeking or financing for these various interventions and the issue of leadership and what sort of systems we have in place at the national level, yes, the issue of accountability and transparency is very critical. And we have seen a shift or a direction now when we talk about contraction of debt generally, and also in Africa, some countries are doing it, is that increased oversight and accountability, for instance, to parliaments, putting in legislative measures that are going to basically direct or limit the extent to which you borrow and where you're going to direct that financing. That is going to be very important. With those systems in place, then we can channel these resources coming from outside into the economic transformation that we seek as a continent. And then there was a point that was raised about the issue of the practicality of debt swaps. And it's one of the emerging issues, I think, even in the Sevilla commitment. I think even in the climate space, the close link between debt, nature, development, and the potential of swaps. This is one of the issues that is being encouraged and has been provided for in the Sevilla commitment. It's one of the negotiated clauses where parties are encouraged to engage into some of those that are going to eventually support, interventions targeted at sustainable development, the energy transition, and those investments that are going to contribute. But of course, it's a conversation that needs to be taken deeper with a lot of engagements with these different financing entities, as well as proper structuring of these different contracts, debt contracts, and that sort of thing. But essentially, yes, I think these are very practical in this era where we are, and it is worth promoting and pushing for as Africa in this whole discussion around the architecture on debt.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Professor Fiona and Mwila and Dr. Fadel. I think we'll now open it up to the room, maybe 3 rounds of questions. It depends how many minutes are left. Tony?
I've got about 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
10 minutes, I'm told.
Okay,
so let's take a couple of questions, I think,
thank
before
you.
last comment. Just 2 questions.
All right.
We've got first a hand up at the back there.
Paul Katz from the Jane Family Institute. I want to touch on risk, which is something that a number of our panelists have raised. I think it's becoming increasingly clear to people in this room and rooms like this that risk premia in much of the Global South are extraordinarily exaggerated. The Global Emerging Markets Database, the GEMS database of 15,000 loans to so-called emerging markets from, I think, like 27 multilaterals over the decades, suggests actually that the objective risk that is shown by real default rates is something like 1/3 of the implied risk that sovereign credit ratings suggest. We know that claims for non-performing loans on insurance are actually lower from creditors to African debtors than to debtors in the United States. We have so many data points to this degree. I mean, in fact, we find that the kind of unlisted infrastructure assets in emerging markets are actually less volatile than listed assets, which actually suggests maybe that liquidity from a global perspective is a source of volatility, given what we know about how foreign capital is likely to flee. It's kind of fair weather nature. So I mean, all of these points, I mean, we could take them to global asset allocators and say, look, your risk models are off. But anyone who dialogues with sovereign wealth funds, with pension funds globally, knows that global allocators don't really care what we say about these things, right? They have their risk models and they're going to do what they do. But I mean, my question is, there are so many domestic asset pools here in Africa, in other parts of the global south. How can we change risk perceptions such that domestic allocators are investing in what could actually create new conditions for growth and for growing productivity, rather than very orthodox expectations about how to manage these assets for keeping that buffer for imports or currency protections? What is the way that we can shift those narratives to actually change allocation decisions here? Would be my question.
Thank you.
Fantastic. We've got one more quick question. I saw a hand up
Maybe
here.
3 questions, then we just close.
I think, oh, okay. We can see. Okay, we have a hand up over there. So.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to you all. My question is really an intergenerational sort of question as we seek for justice, especially debt justice. And I've been sitting here thinking, our children, as I had all the statistics, our children are inheriting economies that are structured around extraction, austerity, and repayments of these debts as the clash of choices do happen. And we continue to negotiate as well when I'm looking at it in terms of the negotiation spaces that we are identifying and speaking to within a framework or within frameworks that were never meant to deliver that sovereignty that we're talking about. So if we're talking about Washington Consensus, the Bretton Woods institutions, for example, they were never meant to deliver on that sovereignty. And a huge portion, I want to believe, of that 1.8 trillion Africa debt that we're talking about can be traced to odious, exploitative, or environmentally destructive, actually, projects that we have witnessed on the continent. And I'm just wondering, what would it take for us to build an alternative architecture for us as a people that would deliver on this sovereignty? My second question, probably just linked as well to all the panelists, is this external debt that we're talking about, it also does not happen without the internal enablers to it. So that's how our political, economic elites in our countries have actually been signing away future generations that are going to inherit this debt. I was just calculating as I was sitting here that every child born in Zimbabwe will owe at our current debt about 1,375. The moment they sigh or cry at birth, they owe this amount of money. So we're signing them off for very short-term sort of projects and populist projects, short-term political survival strategies, if I may put it that way. How do we build a system or break then that sort of system where the African elites, our own elites that have said for the Lomé Declaration, for the Africa Common Position that we have heard about, keep signing away future generations? What system do we have to put in place at this level? Thank you.
Dr. Theo, over to you, 10 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, I think we'll take from virtual down this way. On the risk, on addressing the question on the risk, Dr. Fadel, especially in terms of dealing with the risk when it comes to non-performing loans, and what it takes to build an alternative system to what we've been describing here ever since. I'm sure we touched on it earlier. Also, and the internal enablers, especially what was already touched earlier on the need for governance. Maybe for you just to throw more light on this, then Professor Fiona will take over from you, and then Mwela, before we get to close. You have a question? Dr. Fadel?
Should I go first?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll start with the question about credit ratings and the unfair treatment of the African continent and global South in general. I'll take it from a slightly different angle. Actually, a few years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I had this deep dive conversation with one of the major credit rating agencies, one of the top 3. You know their names. I will not name the one that I spoke to. But they understood the argument that I was making, that the real sources of external debt, the real sources of debt accumulation are the lack of food sovereignty, the lack of energy sovereignty, and the lack of manufacturing sovereignty that I laid out today. And I asked them, I told them, if there is a country that actually pursues these policies that reduce the real root causes of external borrowing and reduces the root causes of external debt, how would you as a credit rating agency rate them? Would you punish them for doing this? Or would you actually do your job, which is to assess the risk of default and actually give them a credit rating boost for doing the right thing, for engaging in the structural transformation? And they were completely direct and honest about this. They said, if we see that there is actual policy commitment from the government to do what we just described, and that they're actually conscious of what they're doing, not just random policy action left and right or populist policy action. If there's a coherent plan that does exactly this, to reduce the food imports, to reduce the energy imports, in other words, to reduce the need for external borrowing, we will reward them accordingly, and we will adjust our ratings for particular countries that have a clear policy of escaping those structural debt traps that we described. So the burden is on us. It's a two-way street here, that we need to compel high-level political leadership to a clear vision of economic transformation, and at the same time engage with credit rating agencies. These are not biblical institutions that don't change. These are institutions that are ready to engage in policy conversations. So we have to make the effort first on our side, do our homework, design our policies, and then engage with them directly so that they know, and then call them out if they don't actually follow with the clear vision that we have for development. Then we can call them out. But I think the work starts with us, not with the credit rating agencies. So we should pursue it whether they like it or not. We should pursue it and then engage with them so that they rate our countries accordingly, and then move from there. Because otherwise, this begging for a better credit rating without us doing any of the real work for structural transformation is not going to lead to anything. Begging for reforming the financial architecture from countries that have no interest in reforming the financial architecture, the trade architecture, because they benefit from it. They're at the top of the global economic hierarchy. Why would they reform a system that works for them, a system that they designed during colonial times for colonial purposes? It's not going to come as charity. We have to build that collective leverage. So it's really the responsibility is on us to actually take leadership and to change the terms of engagement with international partners, including credit rating agencies. Thank you.
This issue of risk is an essential one, and you raised it as well, even in your initial intervention. And I think it's now widely recognized that Africa is not accurately assessed on risk. And it's both in terms of the cost of capital and in terms of the credit rating agencies and so on. For example, in terms of the CRAs, there's a close correlation between income per capita and the ratings, so they don't necessarily go on a country-by-country basis into kind of objective measures of risk. And there's a whole lot of debates which we won't have time to get into in these closing remarks around regulation of the credit rating agencies, the role of the Africa Credit Rating Agency, and so on. There's measures like databases, knowledge repositories, and so on, which I think can play an important role. But obviously, the action needs to go far beyond that. Just to circle back to some of the issues around debt, I think we've kind of discussed the problem at various levels: national, multilateral, and so on. And the solutions and the interventions are also needed at that range of measures. Of levels. So there are national measures, certainly, which are needed, multilateral, as well as South-South, cooperation between developing countries. One of the interventions there is around the Borrowers Club, or the Borrowers Forum. And so it's also on the agenda, I think, for the G20 happening this weekend. The Leaders Summit. The idea of the Borrowers Forum is really, yes, they can create various measures and so on, but at the core, in my view, is about that sort of collective voice. So to get away from kind of case-by-case negotiations to something a bit more systemic. Obviously, there's problems with the common framework. I think it's quite well recognized now. It's slow. The debt relief is minimal. Not all creditor classes are included. Not all countries that need debt relief are included, and so on. So there's a whole lot of specific changes which are needed there. Some procedural in terms of streamlining and speeding up the process, strengthening credit participation to all classes, expanding the eligibility, and so on. Unless we can resolve these things, for the highly indebted countries, it's really going to continue to be a major structural constraint on those domestic policy measures that we recognize are needed for that sustainable and inclusive growth.
All right, thank you so much. Maybe just to add a different angle, and thank you for the responses that have been given. To the question that was raised, of course, the first part has been spoken to about the issue of risk. But the aspect of now attracting or looking into other sources of financing, motivating them to get into financing for Africa's development and economic transformation. So there's a push. One of the issues that was negotiated into the Sevilla commitment was for countries to undertake integrated national financing frameworks, where you essentially do your development finance assessment. And this is very critical, especially now in this era, and we talked about it earlier, of declining ODA. The story is not going to change. The whole landscape is shifting. And so there is need to really examine what are those potential sources of finance that we have not effectively harnessed, that hold true potential to complement the different sources that we have. We've talked about domestic resource mobilization as well. So how do we then deliberately identify this, see where we have gaps, and come up with deliberate financial strategies to tap into some of these resources? I think that is going to be important. And an important one is, for instance, our pension funds, institutional investors. How effectively are we harnessing these at national level, at the continental level? So there's got to be that shift as well. In that regard, and an enabling environment, again, and I'll keep on coming to that, because I think that is essentially the starting point. And I will speak, I did highlight to the point you raised about how come we are able to put ourselves in this situation. It is because of the way frameworks have been designed. So if we get into these frameworks that essentially limit, that examine, give us checks and balances as we get into debt, Hopefully, we should get into debt that is catalytic, debt that will bring results. Earlier on, we're talking about having, the terms of the credit that we're getting, the tenure, having this structured in such a way that we are able to advance our development without necessarily compromising the ability of our future generations to make those choices on their own. So it starts with the policy environments that we should put in that should enable or indeed constrain how we go about seeking financing. And then I will end on the issue of borrower coordination, which we have talked about, and which Zambia, of course, having been part of the co-facilitation team representing the Global South, was one of the provisions that we were happy that was retained in the Sevilla commitment, and work is underway to bring that out and put it into full operation. I think this is going to be important because borrowing countries are going to have a stronger voice, are going to share practical experiences from among themselves. Hopefully this is not something where you are dictated, but it's something that you learn from your experience and hopefully make then better choices and have a stronger voice in the whole international financial architecture when it comes to debt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rila, Professor Fiona, and Dr. Fadel for your inputs. I think I take this answers to the first round of comments, not the first and the last actually, because it's been indicated that we are running late. And I take your comments as concluding, your inputs into this session. But for very quick takeaways, I think on shifting the narratives and breaking out of the vicious cycle, it's apparent from all the inputs that there is a responsibility at both the national and regional and global level for African countries to be able to achieve this. And we have heard of the Pan-African approach and pushing for economies of scale. We have heard of issues of economic sovereignty, which was also mentioned earlier, debt service in our own African currencies, leveraging on Africa's geopolitical advantages, domestic reforms, issues of leadership and governance are critical. The role of the state, very important. And of course, accountability and transparency, they actually touch on governance as well. So we will leave you with an important question to close this session. With all what we have had today, starting from the morning right up to this moment, is for us to ask ourselves that in advancing the reforms across Africa, how can our countries continue to navigate the political economic constraints involved, including resistance at every level, including hesitation, including denial by actors at all levels. How can African countries actually navigate these challenges within the broader framework of the political economy realities faced by African countries to ensure that reform commitments actually, or reform requirements translate into measurable progress in African countries. I think this is food for thought, and hopefully before the end of today, we should be able, even in other avenues, be able to keep exploring this subject to get the answers of moving to the next frontier of these issues, which will have to shift from just being policy prescriptions to actually ensuring the uptake of these policies to ensure that African countries emerge or break out of the recurrent debt cycles in which they have been stuck for several decades. So thank you so much, and it's just a pleasure being with you here today. Thank you.
And a big thank you to our moderator, Dr. Theophilus Yongong, Interim Executive Director, African Forum and Network on Debt and Development. Thank you so much to our panelists as well. And apologies, Doc, for just pushing you a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, in the auditorium and everybody online, we're just going to take a 10-minute tea break and bathroom break as well, I would assume. We'll be back in here in 10 minutes. We've got our third and last panel discussion, and the topic is policy options for the future Africa wants. Please join us again in 10 minutes' time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can make our way back into the auditorium, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please make our way back into the auditorium for the third session. Thank you.
Please, may you come back into the room. Esteemed colleagues, we are kindly requesting you in the
Once we've done with the last panel discussion. So we've had two great panel discussions and Q&As as well. So it'll be exactly the same with this third panel discussion. And as I said a little bit earlier on, the subject matter is policy options for the future Africa wants. Our moderator is Ms. Nokutula Mene, United Nations Development Program. Nokutula is already there seated. And seated with her is Mr. Jason Braganza, Independent Debt Expert and former Executive Director, AFRODAD. Thank you so much for joining us. And with him as well is Dr. Grieve Chelwa, who is the Associate Professor of Political Economy, Chair of Social Sciences, Africa Institute Global Studies University. Thank you so much for joining us. And also virtually joining the panel is Professor Michael Jacobs, Professor of Political Economy, School of Sociology Studies, Politics and International Relations, University of Sheffield, and he's joining us virtually. Nokuthula, it's to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. We have the pleasure of having the last shift of the day, and we have been asked to shorten the session, so we will do our best. Good afternoon. As already mentioned, my name is Nokuthula Mene, and welcome to panel 3, which will seek to explore policy options for the future Africa wants. It is a pleasure and an honor to be able to moderate this session. Just to introduce the scene setting, we've already heard two things made very clearly. The traditional debate on debt sustainability, on how Africa can keep borrowing comfortably, is no longer enough. The second is the real objective must be to graduate from external debt dependence to relying more and more on our domestically generated resources. And I think we've heard a lot of talk around critical minerals and ETC around that. We've also heard about the ingredients of that shift. Stronger and more digitalized tax systems, for one, better mobilization of domestic savings, deeper local capital markets, fairer deals. We've spoken a lot around credit rating agencies, and in other institutions and in other platforms, there's been talk of whether we need an African credit rating agency. In other words, we are moving from a narrow focus on debt servicing. We're moving beyond the talk around we're in double-digit debt servicing costs and ETC to a broader agenda of financial sustainability and economic sovereignty for the African continent. So this panel is designed to pick up that challenge and ask a very practical question. If the current system is not fit for purpose, what do we actually need to do differently in our policies, our institutions, our politics, to ensure that the fiscal space and development outcomes that Africa needs are achieved? To help us think through that, I've got an outstanding panel bringing perspectives from debt advocacy, regional and multilateral policy, political economy, and global rulemaking. They've already been introduced, so for the sake of time, I won't go into them. But what I'm going to do, the structure of the panel, I only have 3 panelists today. First of all, I'm going to ask each panelist to share one non-negotiable policy shift that they believe Africa must pursue over the next decade. I will then try to move us into a deeper conversation on specific options and trade-offs. And finally, we'll turn to implementation and practical feasibility before opening the floor for your questions. So if you have questions, please note them down. Right, I'm going to start with Jacob. In fact, I'll start with Jacob, yeah, and then we'll move, and each panelist will move to Grieve, and then we'll move back to my colleague here. You've all worked extensively on debt and development and structural transformation. If you think about the future, oh, okay, thank you for that, okay. Great, okay. So I'm told Jacob is no longer online, so we've lost 2 panelists for this session. That's okay, we will move. Okay, I'll start with with you, Jason, then.
Sorry, you have not lost me.
Oh.
This is Stephen Karinge. It's only that I only have 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Oh, great, you're still here. Thank you. I've been told you had left. Okay, pleasure. So, Stephen, let me start with you then. And then you've all worked extensively on debt developments and structural transformation. If we think about the future that Africa wants in terms of financing and debt, what are the one big policy shift that you see as a non-negotiable over the next decade? I'll give you just 2 minutes each to answer that question. Just one big policy shift to get us into the conversation. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Stephen, you can come first. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, and I apologize for not being there with you. But our Deputy Executive Secretary was there, so at least you were able to be in the room. It has been a very interesting conversation. There are some things that I think we need to debate a little bit more, because I think Africa needs all the options. I still think that Africa will still need to have access to the international markets, but going to pursue something like that, good governance is going to be non-negotiable, because everyone else is able to access international markets because they are seen to be governing their debt well. So probably if we govern our debt well, people may not be able to say, well, you're not governing your debt well. But I think that's beside the point. I just wanted to say that there are some things that were said in the previous sessions that I thought we need to debate more. On the one thing that you have asked, I think it's to accept that and to agree that Africa's fiscal space is not going to be restored by austerity. It will be restored by fixing how the world allocates resources and by using regional mechanisms to lower the cost of capital. Some of these are the immediate things that can come from the reform of the SDRs, so that their allocation take account of the GDP sizes of the members of the IMF. And we believe that by rebasing the GDPs of African countries, we might be able to create additional space there. And also using the weighting of population in the formula of allocation is also something that I believe is something that should not be non-negotiable. And why is it that I'm talking about SDRs? This is because as African countries are members of the International Monetary Fund. So as members, they need to be treated fairly like everyone else. And so the system through which these SDRs are allocated, given that they are low risk instruments, it needs to be fair. So that is one thing that I think could be or should be non-negotiable as we talk about the reform of the international financial architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm told Prof. Jacobs is online. Can I get an indication? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I am here. Do you want me to answer your question?
I would like you to answer my question in under 2 minutes, if possible, because we are just getting into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's good morning here in Belém, Brazil, where I'm here at COP30. I think the answer to this question from my perspective is that Africa needs to pursue environmentally sustainable growth. As Stephen has said, austerity, fiscal consolidation is not the way to reduce debt. Debt comes down when countries grow. But in today's world, that growth has to be environmentally sustainable. And by that I mean resilient to climate change, which is now occurring very rapidly and in a very unpredictable way across Africa, different in different parts of Africa. It's got to be nature positive, meaning it's got to try and preserve as much of the natural world as possible, and it has to be based on clean energy. All those things are necessary to sustain growth. Growth is now put at huge risk by climate impacts and nature loss, and it's only by investing in resilience and nature conservation that growth prospects can be maintained. And also because the markets of the future will be low carbon green markets. There's been a lot of complaints, unsurprisingly, about the European Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the CBAM, but it's not going away. It is a core part of the European program to reduce its emissions hugely. What Europe says is we can't reduce our emissions domestically and then allow in goods which compete with European producers that are not subject to a carbon price. That means there is an opportunity for Africa to invest in green industrialization, trade in critical minerals and green steel and so on, to supply the European market with, I believe, European investment as part of that. but that's got to be based on a environmentally sustainable, low carbon, climate resilient, nature positive growth path.
Okay, thank you very much. And let me stand on the protocols that were established at the beginning this morning. So maybe if you allow me, maybe just two things, but I'll try and do them in 2 minutes. I think at the global level, it's very clear that the debt restructuring process and the global debt architecture can no longer be policed by the International Monetary Fund. There's a huge conflict of interest that exists with the IMF being a mediator. We've seen this through the G20 Common Framework. But I think it's also part of the problem of why we can't get SDRs that Stephen is talking about. It's part of the problem of why we are enduring as a continent severe fiscal austerity. It's because of the policies and the governance of how the IMF is currently structured. So we do need to move that power dynamic and power distribution away from the IMF into a more democratic multilateral space, such as the United Nations. I think Ms. Ahuna spoke about it this morning. The call for a UN Framework Convention on Sovereign Debt is something that gives voice to all countries, particularly those in Africa. And I think on the African continent, what is a non-negotiable, just like we did with the UN Framework Convention on Tax, is to have a high-level political panel on debt, just as we did with the Thabo Mbeki panel on illicit financial flows. I think that needs to be a non-negotiable if we are going to really take forward the proposals that have been put forward in the Common African Position, the proposals that are coming out of the Lome Declaration, but more importantly, to continue building the momentum that the African continent has under the UN Framework Convention on on tax that is currently being negotiated. And if we're going to see through the commitments that were made in Sevilla during the 4th International Financing for Development Conference, and perhaps the African Leaders for Debt Relief Initiative that was conceptualized under the South African presidency of the G20 could be that catalyst or that instrument that could be considered through the African Union process to establish this African high-level panel on debt. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I go next. If you indulge me, moderator, honestly, I'm an academic, so it's very difficult for me to give you a soundbite without giving some context. So you allow me, I'm ready to forfeit my second round of questioning just to get this through. So if you allow me, I'll be very quick. I'll do 4 minutes max. Huh? It's a solution. I can't just sort of pick it up from thin air. Okay, so to set up, by the way, thank you for this, really. Thank you so much. All protocols observed. So to set up my proposed solution, I tell a quick story. Yeah? So in 2011, when the Zambian government was thinking about launching its debut Eurobond, the price of copper, the country's foreign exchange earner, was averaging about $10,000 per ton, which was a historic high from, say, 10 years prior when it was $2,000 per metric ton. And the smart money types, including the IMF, the World Bank, given that they are such great fortune tellers, were forecasting that in that decade of the 2010s, the price of copper would continue to rise to about $15,000 per ton, and some were even thinking it would double to $20,000 per ton. Of course, the story of China had bewitched many of these fortune tellers. There was the expectation that China would unstoppably grow at double digits throughout the 2010s, and with it increase its demand for copper and other commodities. So the Zambian government, thinking that the past is always prologue, issued 3 Eurobonds in quick succession in the 3 years starting in 2012. Unfortunately for the Zambian government, the price of copper in 2015, just 4 years after the rosy forecast of 2011, collapsed by half to $5,000 per ton and remained there for the rest of the decade. This, in my estimation, is one of the most fundamental drivers of Zambia's debt crisis, because even in 2015, many international financial organizations that I'm not going to name, but you know who they are, were still telling the Zambian government that this was just a temporary blip and prices would recover. So what did the Zambian government do? They took on more debt to fund the then emerging balance of payments problem. This is also the story of Ghana and many other countries, and I won't belabor the point here. So for a long time, we've known that in Africa, over-reliance on commodity exports exposes us to balance of payments risks of the type Zambia and many other countries have experienced through their history. And for a long time, we've known that the most effective way to insulate ourselves from the commodity super cycles is to diversify our production base and export mix towards manufacturers. Industrialization is the ultimate insurance mechanism. The problem is that diversifying towards manufacturers is very difficult, and it is not because for a lack of trying. We know that the African policy graveyard is filled with many stories of false attempts at industrialization. So I want to put on the table an idea that in the interim, before we fully industrialize, could act as an insurance mechanism against the types of balance of payment crises that are endemic to Africa. And this is the idea of setting up a Pan-African Commodity Stabilization Facility or fund. Such a facility or fund would help smooth out export receipts for affected countries when commodity prices collapse and accumulate savings in good times. I know that many countries in Africa have from time to time, with limited success, attempted to set up such a stabilization facility or fund. And these haven't succeeded for many reasons, including the fact that such funds or facilities are difficult to insulate from the political business cycle, the temptation to dig into the fund or facility to meet political exigencies. I'm almost done, moderator. But more fundamentally, these domestic stabilization facilities haven't worked because setting them up at a country level does not effectively diversify away the risk. Zambia's domestic facility or fund would be wiped out if the downswing in copper lasts a decade, as it did in the 2010s. This is why I think it is much more efficient and optimal from a risk management perspective to set up such a facility or fund at a continental level where all countries, or at least a majority of them, subscribe into it. Even though commodity prices are sometimes linked or correlated, this correlation is not exact. And this allows for the pooling of resources in a way that diversifies away risks. It's also very attractive because what triggers drawdown, that is accessing the fund, is transparent and open for everyone to verify. For example, a collapse in copper prices at the London Metal Exchange is a collapse and no one can debate that. So the drawdown is automatically and expeditiously triggered. Compare this with many years you need to wait before getting balance of payment support from the IMF. Had such a facility been in place, Zambia would have accessed stabilization funds much earlier, somewhere between 2013 and 2015, than it did in 2022. And the stabilization requirements in 2013 were way smaller than what they were 10 years later, 2022. Also, given that it sits outside of individual countries, it would insulate it from political spending pressures of the type I just described earlier. Also important to see that such a facility or fund, by guaranteeing stability in the balance of payments and consequently assuring macroeconomic stability, would greatly aid the long-term goal of industrialization, which requires such stability as a precondition to thrive. So such a fund or facility indirectly aids long-term goal of industrialization. So in conclusion, I think it's worth taking this idea seriously, especially as we're again seeing recoveries in commodity prices, driven by the cause for the energy transition, and we're yet again hearing those dangerous and tempting narratives suggesting that the current commodity price upswing will continue ad infinitum. This time is different, and African governments should not worry about the future. So I think the work now, if you agree with me about the efficacy of this solution, is to work out the technical details about how such a Pan-African fund or facility would be operationalized. And here we're not starting from zero, so this is not reinventing the wheel. For example, the Semi-No Lagos Plan of Action that was presided over by the legendary Nigerian economist Adebayo Adedeji called for the setting up of such a facility or fund and provided some skeleton framework for thinking through such a fund. And I know a fund like this could also morph into some type of an African monetary fund of some sort. So this is the idea I want to put on the table. Moderator, thanks for indulging me.
No, thank you so much, Grief. And I hope you've not emboldened other panelists to not listen to me. But you do bring a firm idea to the table around a Pan-African fund, and it's, I think, links nicely into a conversation that we'll be having this afternoon around a Pan-African Sovereign Wealth Fund. So for those who may be interested, that session starts at 3 o'clock, but there are discussions in and around perhaps how do we do that. Colleagues, I just want to turn to Stephen because Stephen has to leave. And so Stephen, UNECA has been advancing ideas on innovative finance and debt sustainability for better use of SDRs. You also indicated this in your opening, to regional mechanisms which could lower borrowing costs. From your perspective, which policy tools are most promising right now for the restoration of fiscal space without the undermining of development? on one end? And then the second part of that question is how do we ensure these tools are used at scale rather than remaining pilot initiatives?
No. Thank you very much. I think let me now go a little bit deeper onto what I was going to, on what I said in my opening remarks, because I gave basically the summary of the question that you have asked me. But I think this is important for those in the room that have not at least followed fully this conversation. And because as we saw during the COVID pandemic, 650 billion in special drawing rights were issued, and Africa got only an allocation of 5% because of the formula. And so one would ask, fair. Now, what I had proposed as non-negotiable is that really we have to have these reforms in the special drawing rights. Now, why is that important? Because we, as any other member, Africa as any other member of the IMF, should be treated the same way. And so what are some of the ideas of how this could be done? The first one is to have a quota reform that has better measurement. And if you have followed those countries in Africa that have looked at what is really happening in the economies, because there is still transformation taking place in the African economies, we have seen that countries are actually having a higher GDP when it is rebased than when it was before. So we believe that even with the current formula of the SDR, if we have better measurement of what is the economic size of the African countries, and not even talking about going beyond GDP, this would definitely improve the quotas and the SDR allocations to African countries, and this would expand fiscal space without any new debt. The second bullet on that point is the fact that these financing needs are supposed to be about the people. And if they are about the people, then having population weighting in the quotas is important, because this would also allow the rebalancing of the SDR allocation towards countries with the greatest financing needs. And this would offer countries, especially those in Africa, a way out of a historical trap, given the current formula. And the third point I would want to make here is that the reallocation now of these SDRs should also be via regional institutions. We have heard a lot about what is the conversations in the G20, but we also know that a bank like the African Development Bank, we have seen what it has been able to do in the development of infrastructure, energy, including the food systems within the continent. So if you have a rechanneling of these SDRs through institutions like the African Development Bank, again, this should also not be something that we should be negotiating. Now, how do we, and I'm going to conclude, how do we achieve these reforms and assure scalability of these proposed tools? I think the first one is we need to build political and technical coalitions so that at least we speak with one voice when it comes to these negotiations. And I think the conversations that have been mentioned about what is happening in the context of an African position on debt, be it under the African Union, or how we take forward that outcome of the STC that both Patrick and Hanan talked about this morning. We need to build a coalition around that. And then, of course, embedding safeguards, transparency and accountability in the governance of the multilateral development banks, of course, including the AFDB, would also enhance the credibility that would keep everybody on board. So that's what I would say. Using existing tools, reforming them, and then us changing the way we advance how to use those tools to deal with our fiscal space questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for that. And I think we are hearing a lot around how Africa must come together in order for some of these reforms to happen, and how the G20 is just a moment in time, having it on African soil, but we definitely need to capitalize on that. Just leading off on what Stephen has said around some of the necessary reforms, Jason, I want to turn to you. You've worked inside the debt advocacy space for many years. We've accepted that temporary debt relief is not enough. We've also accepted that there's a big role for Africa, and Africa must come together, being led by the African Union, to work out specific reforms. What specific reforms to current debt workout architecture, from the G20 Common Framework to bondholder coordination, would make a big difference for African countries? And what should African countries themselves be doing differently to improve issues of debt governance and avoid repeated mistakes?
Is for us to appreciate that dealing with the debt crisis and the debt situation cannot be done in isolation. We tried that in the early 2000s with HIPC and the debt cancellation, and we saw that it didn't work because the fiscal space, there wasn't revenue to fill those fiscal spaces, and the rate of borrowing actually increased quite significantly. So I think the first starting point in discussing debt architecture reform is to first and foremost agree some of the proposals that were made in the previous panel by Dr. Fadel around the industrial policy and the industrialization of the continent is extremely important. We need to think about the comment that was made by Chennai, Africa being the starting point of value addition and supply chain issues. These are very, very important, and we need to then think about the trade architecture, the finance architecture, the tax architecture. So I think those are part of the reform packages that we need to think about when we're talking about debt architecture reform. But then more specifically, the proposals in the G20 are just not good enough. I won't go into them because we've spoken about it quite extensively this morning and throughout the process of this. But there are some very specific things that need to be done. I think the first one is this immediate trigger, if you like, of debt service suspension that is non-punitive. This means that if country X decides to enter a restructuring, I'm not saying the common framework, just a restructuring in general, that there is no punitive action that is further taken. Things like downgrades by credit rating agencies or interest rates continuing to accrue while the restructuring is being negotiated. So we need to make sure that there are no further punitive actions, because there's a double punishment that countries and governments have got to deal with when they're then entering into these restructuring processes. I think the second aspect also is for countries that are entering restructuring, and this is where perhaps the Borrowers Club that is being championed by Zambia, Egypt, and other African member states, is to think about protecting the revenue base. Many African countries are beginning to allocate significant proportions of their tax revenues towards debt servicing. And I think this is actually hampering the ability to complement both restructuring as well as advancing the development agenda. And I think Mrs. Ahuna put it very beautifully this morning, is that the decision policymakers are being faced with is classroom versus creditors. And I think that is the kind of message that we need to think about. The third point is we need to moralize the debt crisis. We need to start putting a human face to it, because on the continent, essentially we are mortgaging our development agenda, we are mortgaging education, we're mortgaging health, water, sanitation, and the entire transformation agenda of the continent. And I think we need to be able to make the moral argument, like we did during the Jubilee Debt Campaign of the early 2000s, but link this with a more transformative agenda and a more broader set of menu of options that can be done in terms of reforming what is happening here. And very lastly, I do think, and we need to start thinking about this more importantly as a continent, is in the year of reparations, and the government of Ghana has said that it's going to take this on over the next decade in championing reparations and reparative justice. Where does the conversation around debt cancellation for historical debt that has been inherited by by governments from colonial times and historically. Where does that fit in the equation in terms of debt cancellation? Where does the issue, for example, what Dongo mentioned in the case of Senegal, where there's hidden debt, or in Mozambique, where does that fit in the equation of reforming debt architecture and providing the space for us to have that conversation? Because that's not just governance of African governments, that is the governance of the creditor system. These are lenders who probably knew that they were lending in ways that were not consistent with national laws and domestic laws and so on. And so in terms of talking through how we discuss reforming the debt architecture in this way, we need to think about that as well. And then lastly, as I said before, we need to move the power away from the IMF and into a more sort of democratic space where this conversation can happen that favors particularly African governments. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think this is something that we've heard throughout the day today in and around the power that African governments have. But you bring an interesting angle in and around how do we actually bring a human face to the whole issue of debt. And I think the issue of debt and international reforms and etc. has really been, discussed by the economists in the room. And we have not managed to actually put a human face to it. What does this mean for the grandmother, for the teenager who wants to access healthcare? What are the trade-offs that governments are actually trying to make? And so moving it beyond just a purely economic discussion. So I think that's something that we need to start doing in order for this to gain traction. And having said that as well, what does it mean for investments in issues that have a global relevance to us, such as climate change? So with that, I just want to turn to Jacob quickly. Michael, you've worked a lot on climate politics, global taxation, and reform of international finance institutions. If we are serious about an African-centered vision on debt sustainability, what would you change about the global rules of the game? From the IMF, World Bank mandates to G20 processes to climate finance.
I think there are three really critical reforms, some of which are underway, others not. So the first of those is to change the debt sustainability analysis framework and methodologies that the IMF and the World Bank use to assess the debt sustainability of developing countries. These methodologies, which have been very opaque in the past, are absolutely critical for countries and their credit ratings and their ability to access international finance. And at the moment, these are done by the IMF and the World Bank on very orthodox macro fiscal basis. Fortunately, there is a review process going on. The IMF and the World Bank have acknowledged that they don't do these things as well as they could do. And that review process, which is also now beginning to take climate and nature risks and also the benefits of climate and nature resilient spending into account, that review process is due to be brought to the IMF and the World Bank boards at the spring meetings next spring. Next autumn in the Southern Hemisphere in April. And that I think is a very important reform process, and I hope that African countries are following it closely and will do so on the boards of those two institutions. The second one is the G20 Common Framework. This is the framework which now pretty much governs the way in which debt is treated when countries fall into debt distress or at risk of it. It has been very slow in its operation, and we now have the very unfortunate situation that countries are doing anything they can to avoid going into the common framework, because it comes with an IMF package which has been primarily a fiscal consolidation, so has not supported growth, leading to further spending cuts just at the time when countries, because of their high debt payments, are already reducing their social expenditures and their growth-inducing expenditures. The common framework needs reform. Unfortunately, despite the best efforts of the South African government over the last year in its role as presidency of the G20, the members of the G20 and some of the larger members in particular have been resisting reform. That really does need to change. I suspect we won't get very much reform in the G20 next year when the US is the presidency, but I hope that under the UK presidency, which is not yet quite confirmed but is very likely, in 2027, we will really get movement on this. The IMF and the World Bank have proposed what they call the three-pillar approach, by which countries would be able to reschedule some debts, refinance others, and receive an injection of multilateral development bank lending in order to stimulate growth, sustainable growth, according to their own country plans. Those proposals need to be turned into a new regime of debt relief under the common framework. The African Union, I think, could be more vocal on this within the G20, which of course it's now a member of. And the third reform is on African voice and on developing country voice in particular. One of the really rather overdue elements of the Financing for Development Conference outcomes agreed in Sevilla in June, July, was for there to be a new global borrowers forum, an equivalent for borrowers of the Paris Club for creditors. At the moment, the Paris Club organizes itself collectively. China is a very powerful creditor. The private sector, by and large, organizes itself collectively, and the borrowers are left to their own devices. This situation exacerbates what we've already got, the existing imbalance of power globally, obviously economically, but also in economic forums, for example, the exclusion of many developing countries from the G20. So the Borrowers Club, which is effectively a collective voice for borrowers, is a really important development. And I'm very much hoping that at the G20 summit in South Africa in the next couple of weeks, we will hear some further announcements that the Global Borrowers Club is on its way to establishment.
No, thank you for that. Yes, apologies. I just want to come back to my colleague Grief. You're not yet off the hook, but I will ask you to keep it. We're hearing a lot, and the former speaker has just spoken to issues around the establishment of a global borrowers club. We've heard a lot around the use of the African Union. There's a lot of policy tools and mechanisms that have been proposed here today. In your opinion, where does the African Union come in all of this?
That's a great question, because even I'm not an expert on the African Union, but let me give it a go. Before I answer quickly, I just wanted to make a distinction between a sovereign wealth fund and a commodity stabilization fund, right? The two sound the same, but are not exactly the same thing. A sovereign wealth fund does much more, gets savings, and acts as a private equity firm at whatever level, whether it's country, regional, continental. What I have in mind is less sophisticated than that. It's a stabilization. It's a simple stabilization mechanism. What it does is that when prices collapse, countries can draw down, and the drawing down mechanism is automatically triggered. And by my very rudimentary estimations, which I've done, it requires much less money than a sovereign wealth fund for it to be solvent, because countries draw down immediately when the price collapses. And often, if you think about Zambia in 2013 and 2015, the requirements then were very small. You're talking about $100 million. And the distinction is very important. Much less sophisticated, but I think very powerful. About what the African Union can do to bring, in previous writing, I've sort of grabbed, as a Zambian, I want it to be called the Lusaka Club, Paris Club, Lusaka Club of Borrowers. So if you indulge me. I don't know. I think, first of all, we have to work out technically how such a club works. I think as an idea, it's great, but it's the technical aspects of it which, as I've read them, as I have seen them, I'm not particularly convinced, because the issues of coordination, sometimes sovereign debt crises happen at different times for different countries. At the same time, the exposures are bigger for other countries. So I think the proof is in working out the actual technical aspects of it. I think at the level of the African Union, I guess they've endorsed this idea already, but I think the proof is in figuring out technically how does such a thing work, right? When do we come together to collectively threaten to default? Because I think that's the power. The power will lie in the threat of default or the threat of repudiation. That is where the power will lie. That we come together and say, this $1 trillion, we're not going to pay it. right? But working out those mechanisms, as well as working out what in economics they call the free rider problem, working out also the fact that some countries may defect. Some countries may be led by somebody who's not Pan-African, not patriotic, and that person says, oh, I'm out. It's too much pressure coming from the creditors in Paris. I'm out. I'm going to deal with them directly. Then the Borrowers Club collapses. So I think it's not so much about what the African Union can do. I think it is up to us who spend time thinking to really think about how does one design a mechanism that allows us to collectively threaten to default every time we have a debt crisis, I guess, moderator. So those are my few remarks.
Thank you. I think it's the second time we've heard that we must threaten to default. I don't know what we think, but I understand we've got 2 questions online. Tony?
Okay, yes, so we've got interesting comment online, and then I'm just going to Sovereign Wealth Fund is the way to go. He carries on, the importance of speaking with one voice cannot be overemphasized. We are seeing this working at the ongoing intergovernmental negotiations for the UN Tax Framework Convention underway in Nairobi, where the African group has teamed up with the rest of the global CSOs and is bearing some fruits, attesting to the fact that advocacy is a game of numbers. That's Mike commenting there online. May I take a couple, just 2 questions from our audience. I'll come back to you, ma'am.
Sorry, Tony. Just for the sake of time, can I request that you mention who your question is directed to?
Okay.
So that we have one person answering the question. Thank you.
Great point.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll stand. Everyone's been standing for a very interesting conversation. I just wanted to give a comment. It's not a question really, on the discussion we're having, particularly with relation to the borrowers platform, which was provided for in paragraph 48I of the Sevilla commitment. And what was landed at was that this platform would serve as a mechanism for borrower countries to basically share a knowledge repository, sharing experiences, and that sort of thing. And also to give an update, because I heard a comment that it's something that is going to be launched at the G20. I'm pretty unsure about that, because we've been having discussions in New York, just to update everyone, where issues around the modalities of how the platform would operate, from eligibility, mandate, to principles and governance and that sort of thing. And so far, we had engagements with in New York, foreign ministers, and at the annual meetings last month with finance ministers, who essentially endorsed this, and the working group has been set up to just basically articulate those specific issues. But one of the things I thought I should bring out is while in the Sevilla commitment, there is provision that this is supposed to strengthen the voice of borrower countries. Because of the nature of sovereign debt, it is sovereign and it is contractual. There are views around how difficult it would be for this group to undertake negotiations, for instance, around debt restructuring for member states. But certainly when it comes to strengthening the voice in the global architecture on debt, it is something that is going to be very useful. Another update is UNCTAD has been set aside as a secretariat to support this, and the work is underway with a launch targeted at the first quarter of 2024. So I thought I should just give that update, particularly in relation to the G20 that is coming, because this is a gathering of essentially net borrowers. And so just to correct, I am unsure that it's going to be launched, because some of the key players are not necessarily members of the G20. I just wanted to give that as a comment. Thanks.
Thank you. There is a question here.
Thank you very much for the mic again. The first one for me is on the Pan-African Sovereign Wealth Fund, in terms of the thinking. I think the idea is nice, but I'm thinking of the form, the shape, and the texture of it. Because I think from some African jurisdiction, I think the moment you talk of the sovereign wealth fund and how it has actually been abused, the question is how really is it going to function and work for us? Because I think there are examples where, yeah, some African governments have not done very well on them. Then, based on this panel, the policy options, I was thinking, and Jason, maybe you can come through to us. It's, we can only come up with policy options by first asking the question, how did we get here? How did we get here to be so entrapped? And I think that question from the debt movement, we've been trying to push for the debt audits to answer to that question, to have national debt audits. Is that a conversation we can put in these conversations we are having to hold our governments accountable? I think we will speak from the same script if you are focusing on the global financial architecture, even with our governments. We can actually have the same script. But when we come back home to say, let's have debt audits that can allow us to moralize, to politicize even the debt question, then the space is closed. How do we move in that direction as well? Thank you.
So maybe you can start with the checks and balances for the sovereign fund.
Okay, so I'll tackle the question about the fund. Again, it is not a sovereign wealth fund, which is totally different and acts like a private equity firm. This is a simple stabilization fund as you would have in your house. You know, you put money away under the mattress for a rainy day, right? But your question is a very valid one about the temptation to dig into that fund, into that stabilization fund, as happens with our governments. And this is why I think the solution I'm putting on the table is that it shouldn't be a domestic stabilization fund. Because if the savings are accumulated at the national level, there's always a temptation when the election comes around, always a temptation. That's called the political business cycle. You know, there's always a temptation to spend up just before the election. And that's why I think it should sit outside of the domestic governments at a continental level and be run by, you know, a bunch of people who are sitting somewhere at a continental level. And then countries be required, and one can work out the details, countries be required in good times, because some countries have good times at different times, some countries have bad times at different times. In good times, there's subscription into the fund, commodity stabilization fund. You draw down or draw out of the fund when the price of your commodity collapses beyond some level. We can work out what that trigger is. But the trigger is automatic. And I think if we could have such a fund in place, we would not need to go to the IMF as we often do. Like I said, in Zambia, in 2015, Zambia required very little. And the delay, 2022, 7 years later, when we were going to the IMF, our requirements were much bigger, and then we exposed ourselves to all sorts of bad conditionality. So a commodity stabilization fund, less sophisticated than a sovereign wealth fund, and I think much, much easier to administer and implement. And then we sit it at a continental level. That way, President Jason Braganza cannot dig into it. Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much, Grieve, and thank you, Janet, for the question on national debt audits. I think these are very important. I know at AFRODAD they have something called an African Borrowing Charter, where one of the principles is actually to call for these national debt audits. Part of it, you know, technically is not too difficult to do. I think most of it is the political engagement for what a national debt audit might mean. There are examples across the world where they've attempted to do national debt audits. I think Ecuador is a very good example where they did do it, and there were some significant things that came out. Countries like Kenya are trying, but they're not doing a national debt audit. What they're doing are specific project debt audits. So projects that are being financed by debt, those are the ones that are being audited. And the National Office of the Auditor General has been conducting those audits. So I do think it is an integral part of any reform agenda, any sort of enhancing of transparency, accountability, and good governance at the national level. But I also want to emphasize that this issue of governance, just like when we were having the conversation around illicit financial flows, there was too much of a spotlight on African governments. And at the time, multinational corporations, OECD, and all of these other jurisdictions we're getting away with promoting the generation and movement of illicit financial flows from the continent. So I do think in the debt space, it's equally important that these debt audits integrate then creditors. What are their lending practices? To what extent did they know about national rules? Where were they lending to? Was they follow through? Because I think it's very clear, particularly on the commercial side, that lots of commercial lenders and those who are the original beneficiaries of Eurobonds don't really care about Africa's development agenda or don't really care about Africa's transformation. All they want is the margin on the paper that our governments have borrowed. And once they get that margin, they're happy to move on and issue and hold the next set of paper. So I do think any national audit process should also include auditing of how creditors are lending. And my final point on that is domestic lending needs to be part of those national audits as well, because we are beginning to see, I think as Stephen said, there are countries that are doing Professor Jacob said that countries are doing everything to avoid the common framework, and many of them are now moving to domestic borrowing. And so that also needs to be part of the national audit process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm told I have to close. We are out of time. I'm just wondering if Jacob is online. Professor Jacob, are you still online?
I am still.
Okay. And Stephen, I'm sure Stephen is gone. Stephen's gone. Okay. Jacob, just to give you just 1 minute, please, if you will, please indulge me. If you had all the presidents of the African countries listening to you right now, what is one concrete demand or proposal that you would put on the table to ensure that Africa's debt financing architecture truly serves the future that Africa wants?
We need better debt architecture, but we also need more investment. And the problem is not just that debt is unsustainable for many countries and they need debt relief, but once they get debt relief, they then need more financing. And I want to pick up Stephen's proposal. Stephen's proposal was for a reallocation of the quotas at the IMF to enable more SDRs to be issued to African countries. But we need a new issuance of SDRs. They are the one form of international investment which will not be constrained by all the other geopolitical and domestic economic constraints. My push would be for African nations to be asking the world at the IMF to have a new issuance of SDRs in the same way that we did for the COVID pandemic in 2021. That would release, and obviously that needs to come with a quota reallocation to African and other developing countries, or another attempt at rechanneling the SDRs that are issued to developed countries and richer countries. But that would provide a new flow of finance, which is desperately needed on the African continent.
Thank you so much. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the esteemed panel. I think we've spoken on a number of issues, first on the international system and reforms that are needed there, including reforms of SDR and the broader IMF toolkit. We've also heard, I think, strong consensus that austerity is not the path to sustainable debt reduction, and that we cannot continue to choose between servicing our debt and development for our people. We've also heard an issue around governance, but not only national governance. Debt is not only about creditors, but also about how we borrow and how we transparently manage public finances and how we hold those in power accountable. Proposals such as national debt audits are not ideological. They are tools to restore trust, expose leakages and corruption, and build a clearer picture about what debt has financed and on whose terms. Several of you have also spoken to issues around the structure of our economies. We've been reminded throughout the day that the debt question is inseparable from the structure of our economies. And as long as we continue to rely on commodity exports, we'll remain vulnerable to price swings and sudden stops in capital flows. And the path out of our debt trap is clear. We need to industrialize, add value, look at economic diversification, look at how we use our MDBs, but also look at how we change the rules of the game so that they are fair to everyone, including those in African countries. Colleagues, I think we've had a very long day today, and I just want to thank colleagues, especially who have shown up today and who have contributed. And I know that it's been a rather rushed panel, but I think we've gotten a lot out of it. So I'd like to just ask you to give a hand of applause to the panelists. And I would like to hand back to Tony, and you are excused, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nokuthula. Thank you. All right, we will have closing comments very shortly, but in the meantime, we just ask our technical guys to put the podium up there. And let me also just remind you that this event, this key event that we obviously was needed, was jointly organized by the African Union Commission, the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, United Nations Development Program, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the Open Society Foundations. And we thank everybody online. Please don't leave us yet. We do have closing remarks coming up just now. And just to let you know, we were due to have our closing remarks from Mr. Brian Kagoro, who is the Managing Director and Africa Geographic Lead Open Society Foundations, but due to urgent medical reasons, he's not able to join us. So we wish that be resolved quickly, and we wish him well as well. So I'd like to introduce onto the stage, please, for our closing remarks for this morning into the afternoon, I guess, Mr. Dipros Muchena, OSF Director for the Resource Futures in Africa Opportunity. Please come to the stage, sir.
Even aspiring to get to his level. So I would just step in because I was asked by Vera to do that, and Rumbi, and I have accepted for a small fee to close the meeting. So colleagues, I think we've come to the end of the meeting, and Tony has already acknowledged the fantastic role that our co-conveners have played. The African Union, ECA, UNDP, working together with the Open Society Foundations, together with colleagues that have come in, our professional experts, activists, co-conspirators who have graced this table since morning to really unpack this question that is before us. And I just want to make maybe two broad points in closing. We have been given probably the most comprehensive analysis today of the debt question. Whether we are doing it as part of rethinking debt and sustainability, just or unpacking the conversation on debt itself, which is an old question of development. So today I think we got as much analytical view of the question as we can get. And we want to thank the colleagues that did that. What we need to do is to step back and raise these 2 points that I want to raise for you. One is everything has been said about the international financial architecture. And I think the conclusion from listening to panelists and colleagues who have spoken here is that this architecture was not designed for Africa. It was designed to extract from Africa. And until we confront this reality, then our reforms will remain superficial adjustment to fixing a system that is broken, but without fundamental addressing its core structure. This has been the case from colonialism through colonial rule. Post-colonial states have conformed to this system, and some of the views we get, depending on which variant of economics people come from, tend to confirm this dominant paradigm. So we run the risk of solving a complex problem within the dominant paradigm that created it. And I think throughout the conversation today, we started to hear attempts to break out of that paradigm. And I think when we break out of that paradigm, it's also important to break out of economics as a discipline, because it is also recovering after making a series of prophecies that have not come to pass. It is important that we become a little bit more multidisciplinary in thinking about this question, because it is important. That's the first issue. The system and the financial architecture was not designed for Africa. When Africa pays 163 billion in debt service while needing 200 billion for SDGs, it confirms that this architecture is a particular design of extracting resources that should be funding schools, hospitals, infrastructure, and other things. So that's the first point. The second point is true reform requires more than technical fixes. I think it demands moving from extractive to generative finance, from conditionalities to sovereignty, and from risk-based exclusion to equity-based inclusion. This is not just about financing terms. It is also about reimagining the relationship between Africa and the global financial order. And this is something that has been a part of our activism for some time now. I can tell you, for those who were around during structural adjustment program, I know Jagan was not born yet, but during the structural adjustment program, we were told, and conveniently World Bank experts would move and they would come to Uganda and they would tell you that structural adjustment program was successful in Mozambique, right? And in Mozambique, they would tell the Mozambican structural adjustment program was actually successful in Zimbabwe. And then in Zimbabwe, because there's a crisis of proof to say the structural adjustment is succeeding, they would give an example, Ghana. And because there was no connectivity at the rate we now connect, you needed to actually go to Ghana to prove whether it was successful or not. So there was a time around 2001 or 1998, 2001, where a structural adjustment participatory review initiative was carried out after pressure from civil society. And that review exercise looked at 7 case studies of countries including Zimbabwe and Uganda and some countries in Asia. The conclusion was that structural adjustment program was a failure, a complete, utter failure, right? So they started to stop calling it structural adjustment program. A few variations like COVID-19 started to come out of these names, right? From structural adjustment program to locally grown structural reform initiatives, right? And Janet, for your country, the structural adjustment program document of 1995 was taken from US and implemented in your country. It even had American spellings of labor, L-O-B-O-R. We know you spell labor in an English way. So the level of capitulation of making policy by a number of countries from Cape to Cairo reinforces the conversation about the need for political leadership to facilitate the transformation of the continent. Because if we don't have political leadership and we only have authority figures, the challenge or the temptation of authority figures is to be very strong against your population and very weak against international actors. We need our states to be strong over there and not against its population. We need imagination to be unlocked in the state, because what Charles Abugre mentioned here about the need to rethink a democratic developmental state is something we must reinforce, because it is those states that participate in the changing of the architecture. But it also must have democratic credentials, from Chalmers Johnson to Omanu Edigeji on the debate on developmental states. We know that they are increasingly saying it must be a democratic developmental state. Because if it loses its democratic credentials, it then has the risk of not looking at governance as a building block for reform. Because we know in Africa, we can get our pro-poor policies right, but faulty governance often nullify the impact. So to get a successful developmental architecture to change, we also need reforms of governance. And I think this conversation today has given us a step closer to the campaigns that are currently going on. And I think that there are some ideas that we might need to rethink, including the Lusaka Club that Professor Chela has talked about here. And I and him probably are a little bit looking at the question of Borrowers Club with some suspicion, because even the name itself suggests that we are increasingly interested in becoming credit-driven or becoming borrower-identified. So there are a number of things we might need to revisit going forward, but the fundamentals are here. Finally, I think somebody spoke about the moral imperative in our discussion. Debt is a moral scandal. And there is economic history that gives us lessons of fighting a moral scandal. Not just the Jubilee 2000 campaign as we saw it, but also we know in history, in international law, there is precedence of repudiating debts that are acquired not for the benefit of ordinary citizens. And I'll give you two examples. When the United States took over the island of Cuba from Spain, they repudiated the debts because they argued that they were not borrowed for the purpose of advancing the interest of the ordinary people. Second, Great Britain versus Costa Rica case law, for those who want to look at it. Great Britain versus Costa Rica, presided over by Chief Justice Taft of the US, brings into question that you can repudiate debts if they have been accumulated in such a way that brazenly they are not advancing the priorities of the people. And we have a number of our countries that know that they are approaching sunset time. They go to these Eurobonds, mobilize them because the maturity rate is at 10 years later. We're no longer there. We leave it for the people that come into office. So you come into office and colleagues come with brown envelopes and suitcases and just give you things to start signing up to repay. So let's use law. Let's use moral remobilization of our moral leaders. Let's use international architectural reform. Let's use political mobilization in order to get to a point where Africa can fight again and find its place in the global universe as an equitable member of society. So with that, colleagues, thank you very much for engaging with the conversation, including those online who were very active. I hope that this week a series of other conversations are taking place, so let's meet there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those wonderful closing remarks there from Mr. Deprose Muchena, OSF Director for the Resource Futures in Africa Opportunity from OSF. So that this concludes our event for today. But let me just let you know that at 3 p.m. this afternoon here, people are welcome to come and also join online. There will be a Sovereign Wealth Fund event from 3 p.m. Everybody's allowed to come through and join that event. Also, for our media who might be here, there's a media room just outside here where there'll be some of our distinguished guests are still here from OSF and also for UNDP and other guests. So if you want an interview, some comments from them, they'll be available just outside in the media room. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you so much for being patient with us and staying with us, and everybody online, thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you. There is lunch and a networking opportunity outside. Thank you.